Videos.
Well, we got nothing for here. Check. Nope.
No.
On the
radios, tubes.
Colin, good Colin, big man.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're all
Okay.
Yes, see how the screens are off.
We get either or. Dollar conservation.
screen go
Cool. Recording again? All right, recording is on.
out. All right. Good morning, welcome everybody to our regular council meeting, March 10th. We will get underway right quickly here. Are there any additions to the agenda? They're not.
I have one item, just a brief discussion on snow plowing policy.
Okay, so that will be 8.7. Unanimous, Councilor Unanimous.
No, sure not to beat me to it.
Okay. Councilor Thurston.
No, I have nothing.
Okay, I have one, I'd like to set up where we have meetings and interact with some of our towns and stuff, where we can, you know, get as council to council.
Yeah.
And see what's going on with them, so.
Oh, what's up, right?
Yeah, 8.8 council to council meetings. Mr. Boyd, Deputy Boyders.
Yeah, I got here, it's the strong river. Right.
Yes.
Strong.
Straw, the water
Station, water straw.
Pump house. Yeah, a water intake.
We'll call it a water.
There was no straw.
Choice of words, yeah. Okay, and then question for the with fire in regards to the truck salvage, the truck, what's happening?
Yeah.
The fire truck.
Yeah, I think we're getting a report on that today, are we not?
I indicated to the Reeve that we would provide you some initial information on that during the item dealing with the mulcher, because what they might have to do with capital expense.
Right.
You could have separate item, or we could just deal with it now.
We'll put it on there and then it's
Yeah.
couple just take it off.
Yeah, let's make it separate.
10-10, or 8-10.
8:10.
Okay, and then 8-11 drones. I had one more with maybe when we're covering that mulcher and that they can give us information.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Okay. Administration. Additions? Perfect. All right, can I have somebody make a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
Right. You go ahead, yep. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as the agenda as amended.
Perfect. Any questions, concerns? All in favor?
Yeah, I'll figure it, carry.
All right, adopt the minutes from the February 24th meeting. We've all had a chance to go through them. We've had our agendas for almost a week. Is there any questions or errors or omissions? Can I have somebody to make a motion?
I move that the Lamont County Council adopt February 24th, 2026, regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. We don't have a public hearing today or a delegation. So we'll move on to bylaws. And the land use bylaw.
We were on page 17. This matter came before the council at the January 27th meeting in that sense. And then we all reviewed some language adjusted for your based on your suggestions on February 29th. And you're now bringing it forward for your consideration. This date will identify one area that was not part of the initial committee of the whole discussion that we believe warrants being included in this amendment, and that has to be good side.
The local regulations for secondary residences are restricted. Following review. So, deal with. So, here's the. Recommended changes are attached, so both track changes and clean version. So the proposed amendment does more than simply allow additional, provides a clear controlled framework on how they should be approved. By listing secondary dwellings as a discretionary use in both the ag district and a country residential district, permitting up to 4 dwellings on a full quarter section at the discretion of the NPC or municipal planning commission. The county can support farm succession, multiple generational and changing family needs while maintaining oversight. So clear evaluation criteria such as infrastructure capacity, cumulative impact, public safety, compatibility with surrounding land uses ensures that each application is reviewed carefully and on its own merits. Allowing additional residences in this way helps families remain on the lands without subdividing productive farmland. Supports modest growth, population growth, and housing choice, making better use of existing roads and utilities, and increases assessment without requiring major new infrastructure. With appropriate setbacks and separation distances in place, it also protects future subdivision potential and reduces the need for variances. Overall, this amendment encourages responsible rural growth while preserving the county's ag base and rural character. So administration is recommending setback standards included in this amendment as a complement to Lamont County's service levels and reflect desired development patterns and long-term land use objectives. In establishing setbacks, administration has attempted to balance safety, planning, and servicing considerations. Given emergency response times, the need for safe access to roads and utilities, and the potential future subdivision, administration carefully considered what would best serve the interests of Lamont County residents while setting separation distances and property line setbacks. Councillor has raised the point that Edmonton allows for 0 lot line development, and administration would like to clarify why urban municipalities can site structures closer together in cities like Edmonton. Safety codes regulations require buildings to meet stringent construction material and fire protection standards. These, combined with shorter emergency response times and fully staffed fire halls distributed throughout built-up areas, effectively mitigate risk even when buildings are closer together. In this urban context, reduced setbacks are more appropriate and safer. In contrast, in Lamont County, emergency services operate over a much larger geographical area and with paid on-call staff and correspondingly longer response times. As a result, maintaining increased separation between principal buildings and property lines provides an essential margin of safety, reducing the likelihood of fire spread and serving as a built-in risk mitigation measure suited to rural realities. So larger setbacks can also support sound long-term planning. Premature siting of dwellings near parcel boundaries can constrain future subdivision design or require relaxations at a later stage. By preserving this functional building envelope, the bylaw maintains flexibility for future lot configuration. It supports compliance with servicing and access requirements. It reduces the need for more variances and minimizes future land use conflicts. In this way, rural setback standards are not arbitrary. They are proportionate to local conditions and consistent with prudent land stewardship. Retaining them ensures development patterns remain compatible with available infrastructure while preserving long-term optionality, safety, and flexibility for landowners. So what I have done is produced a bylaw here. I'm going to add to that, as Mr. Tarnowski indicated, under C, I have added delete sections 12.2.4B and section 12.3.8I to remove minimum floor area from those sections. I can't give you a good reason as to why we should have a minimum floor size for a house on those districts. So if I can't give you a good reason why we should have it, then why do we have it? Is basically what it's about.
You'll understand how there's a minimum house size that setback, so that should help this as well.
Mhm. So would you like me to read the regulations that I'm proposing or
We are effectively exactly what you saw 2 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Section of the
with that addition?
delete section.
Only just
You
one.
know, 158.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with this because now at least we can have a second dwelling and it doesn't matter the size. So if anybody decides even to build the tiny homes,
Exactly.
they fit them in their area that they need to be.
Yeah.
As long as people realize too that though, just because we're allowing for second homes, they have to realize if something goes south with a family issue or they decide to split it up, it still has to be able to be subdividable or they're sold as a package.
Correct.
So.
And part of that is in my job description, I have to give each applicant all of the possibilities as well as then all of the drawbacks so that they fully understand what they're getting into. And I try to do that very thoroughly. And I tell them it's not to discourage you, but this is so that you have all of the information before you go forward. This is what you have to do. This is why you have to do it. And this is how you can do it.
Okay, any questions? No? No.
So they can still build a second dwelling that's not subdividable, and it's just gotta go as a package, right?
Yeah, it has to be included with the original.
Most of them, if they're building farmhouse, they don't want to subdivide anyways.
No, the only thing is you get that odd. You know, parents pass away, you got a brother and a sister or two brothers that end up fighting and then they got to figure out how they're each gonna get their money because they're splitting it. Well, they're both being sold at the same time. So if one sells, he's gotta buy himself, his brother out or vice versa, right?
And I've had a few instances recently where that's the case, and as I explained to the landowners, a subdivision doesn't have to be a square or rectangle. So there's ways to do a subdivision that are not a square or a rectangle.
Just have to meet setbacks.
Exactly.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we will then take this to the first reading.
Sorry, question, hopefully, right? So do you have to do a geotechnical on
It would depend on the land conditions. And typically for dwellings that the geotechnical comes at the time of subdivision, not necessarily at the time of development, because at the time of development, I should already know what the lands require for that development.
Just a question.
Somebody want to make a motion to go to first reading? That makes it a live document, and then we'll go, there'll be another motion to schedule a public hearing, so.
We are not, did we include the revised document? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got it. With the omission there.
Is it mentioned in the back though?
Not the original.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We need to include it so that it can be considered during the public hearing.
Then,
this is, the draft that was given to you today will be what is handed out to any, citizen that comes in and requests us to see a copy of it.
It'll also be published on the website.
Mhm.
In connection with
we'll clarify that for anybody, if you'll be able to find it and see it.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And the motion brings the first reading, so that's a live document.
the first motion to include the section.
Oh,
That's what we said.
Yeah, so there's gonna be 3 resolutions.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll make it. Lamont County Council direct administration to remove section 12.2.4B and section 12.3.4A I from land use bylaw 848.22 as part of bylaw 900.26.
all right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, now we'll make the other makers, make them live.
That Lamont County Council give first reading of bylaw 900.26 to amend Lamont County Land Use Bylaw 848.22.
Right, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, we need a motion to make this, bring it to a public hearing.
With the public hearing, I've been getting, calls from different parts of the county, the whole.
Gone in the evening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
have it in the evening, because, they're all working and they don't want to take a day off work, come in for 9 o'clock.
So Ms. Penwell will fill you in on a recent change to the municipal government act that says that public hearings need to be held during the regularly constituted meeting of council, not an meeting.
Yes, that is correct. The date was changed with, I think, the second before now.
We'll be about in the first here. Because if it was just done, yeah. Is it this one?
Yeah.
Sixteen point four.
Second, not, page.
No, just hang on, I'll find page for you, but it's 216.4.
So.
There it is.
Oh, I got 135.
What's the date on your topic about that?
2000.
Oh, that's why.
92.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're in the 5 book.
25, September 1st, 2025, and page 140.
Yeah, 140.
What section was that?
Fire starter.
You're gonna step first one now.
Let's scroll down.
Yeah. Just so everybody else knows, but your guys' Bible are brown rock on the outside, ours is white.
264. And then it is section. Section 15.
So we want to later, we have to make a special meeting then.
You have to do it during regular hours, and that is with the.
It said during regular or special, or special. So if you want it in the evening, you have to make a special meeting.
You have to do it during regular council hours.
Or special council meeting, page 141.
Yeah, that would be 12 or 260.2 B,
B, point 2B.
a special council meeting.
Do you expect this to be contentious?
I would.
Yeah, 216.4, number 2B.
Like to see happen, are we leaving it at 10 o'clock or are we gonna have to try to call a special meeting?
Well, we get lots of calls that said we work during the day, so I don't know what.
Yeah, and they want to put their input in, so.
They can do that in writing.
Yes.
Like they can send letters in that will be presented at the public hearing. They do not have to be in person.
Yeah, any calls on it, right?
Aside from calling a special meeting on that day.
Well, honestly, I think on behalf of Mike, I would have to say yes. I think it's going to be an issue otherwise.
So somebody, if you're gonna want to, somebody have to make a motion to call it as a special meeting for at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we can do it right in the building here.
Yeah, well, I think we can do it here.
6 o'clock on the 24th. Good special meeting, so. Good work. Yeah.
Yeah, I would get home, get changed, get out here. Right.
So,
I didn't believe that, considering the land use bylaw thing was already one of those issues.
Mr. Dees made a very good suggestion. We could schedule it to be part of the March 24th meeting. The meeting could be, reset. So. Says. We still have.
recess and come back.
That sounds better, don't it? Everybody good with that?
I'm good with that, honestly.
So what's that?
We should do 7. Yeah. Cause especially they're coming from your end, right? They get home.
Hey. I have somebody making, I think, she hasn't got it written down.
So we need to advertise it, right?
In 2 weeks,
That is the MGA. We have it already prepared, it's just waiting for you guys to make a motion.
Look at that.
All right, somebody want to read her motion or?
Sure. Lamont County Council schedule a public hearing for bylaw 900.26 bylaw March 4th, 2026 during regular council meeting hours, the Lamont County Administration Building at 350th Avenue, Lamont, Alberta at 7 p.m. That's all right.
Spreadsheet hours, doing regular council meeting.
Oh, yeah, regular council meeting hours.
So,
Just doing it.
Yeah, because if we recess and come back, that's not regular council time. Okay, with that friendly amendment?
Yep, I'm good with it. Do you want me to reread it? Okay.
All right. Good. Okay, Bible to throw.
yeah. It's too hard to say.
All right, moving on to unfinished business, follow-up action plan, part 10.
Mr. Reaver on page 31. Okay, I want to pay, voting. As always, I ask that you, identify the index number on the left home. If you have any questions, we continue to verify progress and we continue to identify when items will come forward under the status when possible. You can see a number of them are complete, some of them are getting ongoing. When something, when something is complete, whether it's equipment purchased or salvaged, then we will identify it complete on once it stays. I'm going to answer, but I think you can have.
I had a question in general, with the price of fuel going to about 58, and figuring it's gonna go higher on any of these projects. Should we put on hold or whatever, so, we can afford to do them?
It's a short term thing, so we don't know how long it's going to be. Typically, we haven't set anything like that at this point yet. Our biggest consumer of fuel, obviously, is our greater needs, and people agree with this. And you had anything that
I don't know, when we prepared the 2026 budget, we were anticipating fuel to jump by 1%. I believe. Simply what our spending, we do monitor our budget actuals. We are currently looking to get quotes on the pricing for road oil this year, which has price of fuel that's present that's happening. Our supplier typically they stock within the winter, so hoping that we're this season is to increase.
Problem is, we got, Alberta government said they're gonna be cutting back on a lot of stuff and then the price of fuel, so that we gotta be careful what we're doing here right now. It's, like they said, we gotta tighten our belts is what, the government said.
So we'll be careful, as Mr. Dietz indicated, and I guess if there is something that that emerged and it shows a significant escalation in cost going forward. What that.
Mr. Reed, where we also are anticipating a budget discussion at the March 25th council meeting or committee of the whole meeting, so that could be an appropriate time to review all of the spendings.
Number 8, number 9, I understand, these are gonna be re-gravel due to that, empty product that was put on there and that shoulder. There is the road that comes out of St. Michael and heads, west towards the dump. It also needs the same, 562. It, definitely needs to be addressed as well.
Is that on 560 for those trucks that change the route in the winter? Is that what they put down there?
That's the same.
Yeah, that stuff is, it's,
We gotta stop using that loon shit, because it's killing everybody.
well, that will just, it turns into slime as soon as it warms up, it's all slime.
And that's the problem with that product.
It doesn't wash off.
It's great when it's dry, and not so great when it's wet.
So, Council, again, its administration is driven by resolution, so if you'd like to make a motion, you can have the rest of council vote on that.
Yeah, I think we should definitely add that into that same category there.
One question about it though is it just, can that stuff be mixed more?
No, it's not a good product, gets wet.
Yeah, it's 560 where I have lots of trouble here is because of the hot cold and humidity and then that's in the road, it's 6 inches deep.
Yeah, well, they mixed it in, that's the problem.
Yeah, you're going good all the way, and then you hit that stuff and it's all over, you can't get it off the trailers and stuff.
Is there any update on the minus for 164?
So we will be bringing forward our road grabbing plan, our shoulder plan over the next 2 meetings. And we'll be discussing options at that time.
So, Councilor, yes, you may want to mimic the resolution on number 8 and incorporate your reference to the dungeon 60.
562.
562.
Do that after real.
Yeah, we'll carry on and yeah.
Question, do we have a calendar set up for the cough talks? For some reason, I don't have on my calendar, I didn't.
We're gonna do it after this meeting tonight.
Okay.
The suggestions were in a briefing note, number of meetings back.
Yeah, I couldn't find that.
We normally what we do is we get council members to provide their availability and then we book it, a month in advance.
Any other questions or concerns?
Making sure that they address solid at the same time.
Okay, so if you want to make your motion. To include 562.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do for 560? I already got that. What's the plan, Darby, for them looking after the road there?
So as part of the road use agreement, with Alvin, they've been using Township Road 560 over the winter, instead of going south. It's down to Highway 15. They did have issues in the 2024-25 winter. We have had, discussions with other transportation. They have looked at, acceleration, deceleration lanes to that intersection. My understanding is they didn't design work for it, but there's no money associated with the project at this time. But maybe to see whether that will be coming forward in the future with the budget. Still, the plan in the summer would be open, running their self to have their team. It's just from where they've been running to the north. Decrease the chance of them running a truck into the ditch.
Yeah, well, what I'm getting at is there's that MD or 30, whatever, in those, two spots, and, they're having the same trouble as St. Michael Road 552.
We can assess it with Alpenglow, if, you know, it needs to be worked in or gravel to cover it. We can work with them through the road use agreement on that.
Very good, thanks.
Okay, so any other questions or concerns for the follow-up action plan?
No, I got mine sick again.
So we'll make that one, we'll need you to make that one addition.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we'll take the rest of it as information.
Okay, Lamont County Council Direct Administration include Township Road 562 in the 2026 gravel program.
Right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Somebody make the motion, take the rest of the information.
Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for March 10th, 2026 as information.
All right, all in favor? Carried. All right, so we're gonna do policy review here.
So just to read, we're on page 41. These, big policies were, presented to council 2 weeks ago as warrant, they were reviewed and they were presented as warrant to be rescinded. Bring forward to the today.
Guys recall these were the ones we talked about.
Yeah.
We'll read them on the books if there's no reason to have them on. So, can we have a motion to start with 3102, please?
The Lamont County Council rescind policy 3102, council meeting dates policy.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. How about 3103? Public relations function.
Lamont County Council rescind policy 3103, public relation functions within Lamont County.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Rescind policy 4114, smoke-free environment.
Sure, I'll do that one.
Well, second, what are we changing there in a smoke-free environment? What are we, what's happening with that? Like, what's adding or subtracting from what happens now?
The policy is being eliminated, it's being rescinded, the laws of Canada, that means that you have to be qualified for smoking in the workplace, therefore this is not required.
Okay, we got that for smoking in vehicles and that, we're still gonna have that.
And under the provincial law, any company or vehicle is considered a workplace, so you're not allowed to smoke within a company or vehicle.
Yeah, it's against OHS.
Okay, I just wanna make sure, because there's, some complaints, some of the equipment is stinking with, cigarette smoke, and the next person that doesn't smoke and they got light in it, so. Just wanna make sure they're, looked after.
Are we actively enforcing them?
We do, we have had complaints, over the years, we have,
Okay.
recommended staff over it. We do follow up on all those complaints.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody should have happy, healthy, clean trucks, right?
Make the motion room.
Sure, I'll be the one to do that. Lamont County Council rescind policy 4114, smoke-free environments.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor?
All in favor?
Carried. All right, rescind policy 4129, dumping of garbage.
I move that the Lamont County Council rescind policy 4129, dumping of garbage.
All right. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, policy 4133, WCB Partners in Industry Safety Awards. said that we would do safety awards for. That was back in 2002 was when WCB had that as part of their program. They don't offer it anymore.
Do we do anything now as it sits? Started?
I think you just get a credit with WC premium.
Yeah, we get a credit for WCD premium, according to our policy, half of that is put into reserves and half of that then goes towards other safety programs such as training and PPEs.
Thank you very much.
There are Lamont County Council rescind policy 3133 WCB partners in injury safety awards.
Questions or concerns? No, all in favor? Great. All right, last one, the traffic safety plan. That was brought back in 2013 when we first introduced our safety, our peace officer. And that'll be. It was just to include the 2-digit and 3-digit highways that he was allowed to follow under, so. Now with new laws, I don't think that's the ones he's doing.
Each officer, right, will be bringing forward a policy that better describes the areas of irrigation. This isn't really a policy, it's a plan.
It's a plan.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
And that was gonna be my question, if there was gonna be a new policy coming for it.
Lamont County Council rescind policy 4197 traffic safety plan.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. New business, 8.1, we have the gravel crush and supply.
So Mr. Reed, before Mr. Beast gets going, let's have the discussion in open session if there is a desire to dig into the proposals, then would be recommended that would happen.
Closed session is just for the week. And yeah, the name of the contractor, that's all it's for.
So at the discretion, direction of council on June 7th, the administration issued an RFP for supply crushed gravel for 2027-2029. The RFP included supplying 80,000 tons of 4-25 aggregate for 2027, as well as the same amount plus 8,000 tons of 440 in 2029. On February 23rd, the RFP closed. We received 3 submissions. As included within the RFP documents, the submissions were evaluated based on the 20 points for price, 20 points for safety record, 20 points for prior relevant experience, 20 points for reference checks, and 20 points for implement specification age. Included in the RFP documents was a request to supply optimal loading and scaling rates. So shown on page 55, the point A, submitted optional loader and operator at 200 per hour or 2,000 per day. Scale house operator at 45 or 450 a day, or scale house and operator. Component B, loader with operator at 225 or 2,225 per day, or an optional $1 per ton. Scale house, an operator 60 per hour or 600 per day. They did also include an option to provide full lower scale and operator for $1.25 per ton, which includes supply and fuel. Proponent C, loader with operator at 185 per day or 1,850, 185 per hour, 1,850 per day. Scale at 65 per hour or 650 per day. So as shown on page 57, proponent A, their supply price under the Northwestern 2265-17 is $21.35 per ton. For all material, with an interim price at set at 30% of that rate, which was $6.49. Proponent B, proposing, to source the material of the Northwest 185816, for $17 per ton for all 3 years, with an interim, price of $10 per ton. And proponent C, their price, varies based on product and year. So for 2027, the designation at cost 25 is $13.85, with $6.50 per ton interim. 2028, that increases to $14.70 per ton, the interim price is $7.35, and for 2029, their supply rate is $16.30 per ton, with an interim price of $8.15. As we have done previously, we've taken the supply cost and then we've factored in the hauling costs based on the most recent gravel program, which in this case would be the 2025 program. Assuming that the overall hauling cost would be very similar year to year. So for proponent A, their haul cost for 2027 was estimated to be $330,464. Proponent B, $743,764, and proponent C, $1,115,748. Then it continues through 2028 and 2029 with an increase in hauling costs because there's an increase in the amount of gravel we're purchasing. So at the end of the review, administration is recommending that the most advantageous proposal based on all of the preset criteria would be proponent A, with a 3-year overall program cost of $6,483,265.14.
Quick question is, do they put a fuel surcharge on?
So within the tenders, there is no ability then for them to increase their rate. There was no additional information included within their fuel cost. The only change in hauling cost is when we utilize contract gravel haulers. Within that policy, the haul rate is based on weekly. So our hauling costs can increase week to week based on the price of fuel.
Yeah, with the uncertainty of war going on right now, who knows how long this can actually last and what our prices are gonna be, so. Yeah. Any other questions or concerns? So the recommended motion is to go with contractors proponent A.
I'd like to go in camera and ask a few questions, because from the area, on the specs of gravel in some areas too.
Make a motion, go into camera at 8:49
9.9.
or 19:09.
Well, Lamont County. Okay, got it. Okay, Lamont County Council move the March 10th, 2026 regular council meeting into a closed meeting at 9:49 a.m. to discuss the following item: gravel crusher and supply contract, ATI section 19.
All right, all in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
video call.
Okay, we, welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a lengthy discussion here on the gravel contract. Mr. White has brought us out of closed session at 10:34. And we have a different motion we'd like to bring forward, so. Read that one.
Sure, I can. Lamont County Council referred a decision on the gravel crush and supply contract to March 24th, 2026, and direct administration to request a sieve test and a typical sample from proponent A and proponent B.
All right, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. All right, thank you guys. Moving on to 8.2, water station upgrades and tender.
Page 59. Better than we address. The council directed administration to tendering of engineering for some park station upgrades and bring an update forward, so needs is here to bring you an update.
So as council is aware, we've been working on the implementation of a dedicated pump for the Heartland Water Station to increase flow rate at both 2 and 4 inch truck slopes. On February 24th, we received only one submission to our request for proposal for engineering design services. In review of this submission we received, the proposed timeline would be a project kickoff of March 19th, completion of the 60% design package for the review by April 28th, and completion of an IFC design package of May 31st. Based on the above timeline, the administration will bring forward the estimated construction costs for council review and consideration whether to proceed with issuing a tender for construction. This would not be able to occur anytime sooner than July based on the proposed timeline from the submitter. At this time, the Heartland Water Station is providing water at flow rate of 17 liters per second as designed. As included in the RFP, the desired minimum design flow rate of the dedicated pump would be 20 liters per second, which is similar to the flow rate of the Chipman truck fill, as council previously discussed. Administration has highlighted the need to complete a reservoir expansion of the Heartland Water Station in the near future once a new industrial development issues a final investment decision. As part of that reservoir expansion, the installation of dedicated pump or pumps to provide redundancy would be the most appropriate time to complete this work, as it will allow for the work to be done without the need to pour the structural slab. Some savings in construction may also occur. Two pumps would remain in the current cell utilizing the existing base, and the additional pump could be added to the new cell. Currently, because of the design of the existing reservoir and pump house, all 3 existing pumps are situated in the east cell, and the west cell is not able to have a pump installed to an RFP in conjunction with the reservoir extension, including an addition of 4 or more pumps, would garner more interest. The current respondent would likely once again. So as included within their proposal, the engineering design proposal received is for $47,800. The submitter would complete a review of the existing system, would provide issue for construction and IFC drawings, as well as a construction estimate, essentially a design. Previously, council had approved $70,000 for design and construction. However, it is anticipated that this amount will not be adequate based on the submission received.
The 2-inch pump is loading the same speed as the 4-inch, so 2-inch is okay. When they built that building, that 4-inch pump was installed, they were going to supply South for the Josephburg Water Co-op. And all that pump is doing now is it's definitely not pushing all the way to Josephburg and stuff. Who sets the flow rates of these pumps that we have there right now?
So all 3 pumps work in tandem. We have lead and 2 legs. They're all tied in together. So when demand starts, one pump will kick on. When demand increases, the second pump will kick on. And if there's any additional demand, the third pump will kick on. There's no pump dedicated to the truck fill itself. It's all based on demand of the system as a whole. So the truck fill and the line that leaves the station going north up into industrial heartland and then also down to the line that goes east and north and then ends up at St. Michael. So the flow rate is set based on the parameters of the design at 17 liters a second, based on the pumps that are installed. So increasing the flow rate will mean the pumps work longer and or work harder and will burn themselves out that much sooner.
So that thing worked quicker before. It put all good, and then who adjusts the flows of these pumps right now?
So we had issues a couple of years ago, we had to take one pump out for service. We didn't have a pump to go back in. The flow rate was adjusted, for that month and was put back to the 17 liters a second between our operator and Strathcona County. The flow rate is handled electronically through our SCADA system, through our controls. So it's not just going up there with a dial, it's going in and controlling it. So that the flow rate is based on the speed of the pumps.
So you're saying it's gonna cost us $47,000 to get a design and a quote on how much it'll cost per pump. So this has been going on for over 2 years already. Bruderheim's building a brand new facility. By the time we get our act together, they'll have a new facility and we'll lose all our customers that want to load quicker will be going to Bruderheim.
So when this, as Councilor Williams had said, when this system was, the building was originally designed and construction, there was space for four pumps. 3 were installed and a separate base was left with the idea that a line would be run to the Joseph Water Co-op. Subsequent to that, Council of the Day decided to convert the station to a water fill station, and that base was utilized, but a pump wasn't installed. So the base location was used for the piping for the truck fill. So in order to put in a new pump, we have to put in a new base, which involves coring.
They can't just reset it, Strathcona with on the system, they can't put it up, the pressure on
We
it.
can increase the pump speed, but we risk burning out the pumps. So right now we have 3 pumps that are working and we have parts of the 4th if they go down.
Cause I know Hilliard has a 2-inch fill, and a number of years ago, it was certain percentage that they were getting. Fill for truck fill, and it was increased. And I know, cause I've got a couple of, my brother picks up a big tank of water. And the rate has gone, like you can fill faster in the last number of years. There and that, but if Andrew is taking water at the same time, there's only one Hilliard. The rate is sort of slower filling up at the truck.
Yeah, so Hilliard is set up with 2 pumps and same lead and lag. When we have demand from Andrew and the truck fills going, we do go into a alarm state, low demand. It's typical way that system set up with the amount of water that Andrew takes on at any given time and the size of those pumps. So they just, they don't put out what the Heartland station does because the pumps are smaller than what's there. We do see, the need for changes to the Hilliard system in the future. But it is working.
That's why I'm saying with Strathcona, they're there, they can adjust the speed of the pump on the truck fill, can they not?
We can increase the speed, but we do, as I said, we do risk burning out our pumps sooner. We don't have a pump on standby. We have parts of pumps on, ready to go, but we don't have a full motor and shaft and everything ready to go. So because we are only utilizing 3 pumps, if one goes down, now we have a lead and a lag and no backup. We've got multiple industrial customers.
So what
Distribution system.
what are we, 80% of the water under there is trucked out? And if it's 1 pump, can't you just change the 1 pump, put a bigger pump in there? What really bothered me, they used to load that. And then when we had that one guy, we finally had an operator after that, Either what happened in that shaft or whatever happened, the water doesn't have to be.
So moving to one pump, just for the truck fill, if that pump breaks, the truck fill is shut down. Taking the third pump offline for the distribution system. Now, if you've got only two on the distribution, one goes down, you don't have. That system was designed for lead lag, so that there's always a minimum of two ready to go. If one goes down for service. So ideally, what would have been done when this system was set up, there'd be 4 pumps, 2 in each cell. So if you have to do maintenance on the cell, you can take it out of service. At this point, we can't because all 3 of our pumps are in one cell and we're pulling water from the other cell so it doesn't go stagnant.
So we were set up for a 4th pump, you said it's.
It was designed for 4 pumps, 3 were installed with a future need to supply water to Josephburg. And then the decision was to utilize that space for the truck bill. So they used it for the piping location, but they didn't put a location.
Okay, so they kind of have 2 options, so we're either gonna ask them to speed up the pumps to see if we can accommodate for the flow rate and see about wearability. Or we're gonna figure out if we're gonna go with this vendor for $47,000 to.
Well, what's the price of a pump? It all look wrong.
So our cost to replace our existing pumps are in the range of $25,000 to $30,000.
So the only thing you're gonna risk is downtime. Yeah, we're gonna risk downtime with the amount of, if a pump goes down.
So we can replace the pumps for $70,000, right?
Well, Mr. Dees is actually recommending if we can live with the flow rate, which is currently the design flow rate, we can make this part of a larger project, which will attract more interest. Never like choosing from only list one.
So council may recall during budget deliberations, we had originally slated for a reservoir expansion in 2027. We recommend that be pushed off a year because we haven't had another industrial component issue final investment decision. So our need 2 years down the road isn't there yet. It has taken a couple of years to design and construct this expansion. But at the time of that expansion, that is when I would recommend going to dedicated pumps for the truck. We'll keep it separate. Definitely having it separate from the rest of the system allows us to utilize different pumps, different flow rates. Industrial and distribution system is based on volume, whereas our truck fill is based on speed.
So if this was me, I would say turn the rate up, see what goes from there. We're risking $25,000 on a pump, or we're risking just about 50 for engineering, and it's not in our scope yet until 2028 anyway.
We're waiting till 2028. We got a straw in the river, we got pipeline 2028 ain't gonna happen. It'll be more like 20 years from now. In the meantime, River Island has a grant, and I think this spring is starting on their new truck bill, and I highly recommend it to the mayor when they do it, that they have good access for trucks, because instead of sitting in line for an hour to get loaded with water, River Island's gonna have a new facility and we're gonna miss the boat.
So would council like to redirect the funding that you've put in place for this to purchase a new pump? If we are putting a pump at risk, perhaps we should have a pump ready rather than parts.
$25,000 pumps for 25 grand in stock, and the pressure and.
What is the maximum capability of our current pump situation?
I don't have a maximum. We do know they've had dialed them up and down over the years. Employees, final maximum flow is like.
So I mean,
As
honestly,
long as it's more than 17 liters per second.
for all you know, you could get 30-40 liters a minute out of that pump, right?
And to Councilor Boyd's comments, we can throttle, we increase the speed, we can throttle the 2-inch back through our valve. So that we're not blowing the water out of this small 1 tank in the back of the pickup. And we're allowing our customers up orange to rent it.
Okay, so I think she's drawing up a, increase the pump speed and purchase a spare pump. And that's the route we're gonna go with right now, so we
And we'll have money left in 47 grand.
You have a.
We didn't have spare pump on that, right?
We have the parts.
Just parts for
yeah,
it.
We did purchase, the county had to replace the pump a couple of years ago. The contractor took them back to their shop, and there are parts that are good, there are parts that are bad. A recommendation would be have one ready to go. We have the same thing in
Slip it onto the shop and that's done.
St. Michael. If that pump goes, it's a matter of about 20 minutes, we can replace the pump and be off the races. They want to get the same as well. Always having pump ready to go if there is a failure.
Oh, absolutely.
But, did you look back and see where it was set when the building was built and then when, they had their own, operated contract on
Records go back that far or not, but I can look into it.
Yeah, look into it, see, but, usually change the speed of something, it keeps it in there,
Yeah.
just to see where it's set.
Well, the thing is, it's water, it's wearability. You think of the impeller fins, they can wear a millimeter and that can cause you a certain amount, right? It's all, we've never done maintenance since we changed it a couple years ago. So that could have been something that's out itself.
But when it was new, it was going slow, right, just for the record.
Yeah.
Because this was going on over 2 years.
Well, and like I said, maybe they changed the pump but not the impeller, right? Then there's one of your issues, so.
There we had two resolutions, one to not proceed with upgrades to our water station truck bill. The other one which you saw was to advance the pump speed and reallocate dollars towards purchase of another replacement. I think that meets the direction that you're.
Yep. Okay, so we do have those two. If somebody wants to make this first one to not proceed with the upgrades, then we'll bring the other one online that we will purchase a pump.
And they're right with that.
I move the Lamont County Council direct administration to not proceed with upgrades to the Heartland Water Station truck building.
All in favor? Carried. Then the second one's purchase the pump, for a pump.
For Lamont County Council direct administration to increase the pump speed and reallocate the budget to procure a spare replacement pump for the Heartland Water Station truck fill.
All right, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right, yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break and then carry on after that.
All use on. Video was on.
All right, everybody, welcome back. March 10th. We're gonna keep trucking along here. We're back on and we're starting back at 8.3, cost sharing of Chipman Bridge project.
It's the report on page 63. In many respects, probably didn't need a specific decision of council, although the budget amount must have known the percentage of the total amount removable. We're bringing it back to you, I guess, not only for authorization, but also for your information.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrowski, Mr. Reed, members of council, good morning. So as Mr. Ostrowski said, this is on page 62 and 63 of your agenda package. I'll just turn your attention to the letter from Chipman on page 65. So Chipman has requested the payment of $235,751 for the portion of the bridge that was in 2025. This started back in 2023 when the village approached council requesting up to $360,000 to repair that bridge, to replace that bridge, as they didn't have the funds to cover the remaining portion from the STIP grant. Again, it was discussed in April 2025. And just reiterated that the money will be funded from the aggregate levy reserve. So there's a recommendation that council authorize the payment. And just for council's attention as well, page 66, there is some request that there may be some additional placement of riprap material. Apparently some of the elevations were not made to by the engineers to the contractors, so there is some additional work that's going to be done. We don't anticipate that to be a significant amount, but we are still underneath of the original 360,000 that was requested. So
they're looking for the first installment, I guess.
yes. So the recommendation here is that Lamont County Council authorize the request cost sharing payment of $235,751.92 to the Village of Chipman for bridge file 0127 with funding from the aggregate levy reserve. So just for council's note, from an accounting perspective, this is not a capital project because it is not our infrastructure in our county. It would be considered an operational payment or between the two municipalities.
Okay. And just so you know, from what we allotted to what we came down, we saved $124,248 so far. That's not including this additional letter of riprap and whatever which was needed at 26, but I think that's a pretty good savings going towards building and keeping some municipal collaboration together. So anybody have any questions, concerns about it? If not, could I have somebody read that motion?
Thank you, Lamont. Lamont County Council authorized the request cost sharing payment of $235,751.92 to the Village of Chipman for bridge file 01127 with funding from the aggregate levy reserve.
Perfect. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carry. For Mr. Linick is going to come up and talk to us about Prevent Tech 175 mulcher.
Just to read that the first here. There's capital equipment needs under repair. Mason. Here, element as a second resolution is required. I've asked to Lord to also attend, provide some high-level information on the replacement of the iron on the end of January. Just for the council to consider this cost replacement in the context of elderly.
Thank you, Mr. Knudsen. Good morning, Council, Mr. Reed. So you have resolution, or sorry, agenda item 8.8. The unfortunate part is, we had a piece of machinery, which is unit 4338, which is a 2016 Prime Tech. Unfortunately, the engine went out in it and with the hole in the block, it's not salvageable within the cost effective means currently. That unit has 3,442 hours. It is 10 years old. It was scheduled to be replaced in 28, but because of council moving up the previous 3338 and replacing it with a 2024 PT 300, we pushed this unit back to 2030, which one way or another, it didn't really make a difference. So when the engine did go, next morning, we loaded it up and we took it into Edge, as a third party. The first thing they did is, with it still being running, even though it had a hole in the block, they ended up putting their diagnostic tools, and it's no different than if you had a grader or loader or any new piece of equipment. They have that diagnostic fork. There was no tales of anything going on. They determined the idle time was within par, the temperature was within par, the RPMs were within par. There was no codes that showed up, other than the only code is oil pressure. But ironically, when you got a hole on the side of the block, it's that no oil pressure. So it's one of those crapshoots that we didn't know what was coming. They pulled the engine. I went in on Tuesday to take a look. They feel that it was just a piston that let go. Because if you take a look, there was some an old crack that it could have been there from the beginning, and all the stars aligned and it just happened to let go. So it's an unfortunate part. So what they did is they gave us 6 options. We could get a used engine out of the States. There is an engine that is 17,000 US currency, which realistically is 23,000 and change Canadian. But the kicker is there's no warranty, and then it's the labor of putting it in. We could have the same thing currently right now. The next option is to get a Cummins long block, which would be $13,681, which is Canadian. With that, we would get 6 months warranty, and once we dig into it, we won't know exactly what additional parts you're gonna need, right? We may find that there's other parts that had a domino effect. Option number 3 would be the one that I would be leaning towards, and that is purchase a Recon Cummins engine, a remanufactured for $37,000. It would take 12 to 15 days to get it and install it. With that, we would have a 2-year, 2,000-hour warranty, plus whatever the waiver is going to be. And I'll get into that a little later on. Option number 4 is if we want to utilize our engine and just buy a long block, we can do that as well for $23,000. But then we would have 1 year, 1,000-hour warranty, and same thing. You don't know what additional seals and other components you're going to need. Option 5 is we order a brand new engine from FAE. This could take 5 to 6 months, as it'll come from Italy, and it'll be on the snowballs, guaranteed. Option 6, as Mr. Ternowski announced, they are prepared, and that's information that Christiana just handed out to you as well. That was not available when the RFP was being developed, but a brand new unit, which is would replace the PT 175, which is a PT 200. And it's got a CAT engine. That has a value of 450,000, and they're prepared to give us 105,000, as is where it is. So a difference of 345,000. From the financial component, council has a decision to make. If they choose to go with, my recommendation of option 3, we'd be looking at 37,000 and roughly 22,000 for labor, so, call it 59,000. Or, if they wanna go with the replacement, we would be looking at 450,000 less 105, so a difference of 345,000. So I'm looking for questions.
They figured $22,000 labor to change a motor up.
That's what they quoted, correct?
If we do that in our in-house in our shop. Warranties off then, I'm assuming.
I would assume, the advantage from my point of view of having third party do it is, if there's something that goes wrong with the engine, we would have some ownership of the warranty. I'm assuming if we do it internally, it's a lot harder to fight for warranty issues.
So do we know what the status of the undercarriage on this thing is, or?
Well, the undercarriage was done 2 years ago, but it's no secret that anyone that's familiar with mulchers, they're a high maintenance site. The life expectancies of them are anywhere from that 6,000 to 7,000 hours. We're about half of that right now. The biggest thing is the undercarriage, which could be another 22 to 25,000. You look at one pump going out, that's 10,000. Hydraulic lines aren't that crucial. All we need to do is make one call to Edmonton and we can have a 70,000 PSI hose made up, but I'll be more concerned with the undercarriage and any of the pumps.
So the additional 22,000 labor is a bit of a surprise.
It was a surprise and that was submitted just this past Tuesday after the RFP was processed.
The other thing that came afterwards is, as Mr. Lamont indicated, new one is 450 with trading value of our old one of 105,000, which surprised the heck out of me. We'll never get 105,000 for it again. However, with 300 at 45 is a lot. 345,000 is a lot of money. And this is why I asked Chief Ward to join us, because he's received some information from insurance in terms of what we'll get per hour for our damage and then for the additional cost it might be to replace.
I got a question for Terry. $22,200 an hour is 110 hours labor just to swap a motor out. That's
I'm just going by what was recommended to me.
Seems high.
110 hours of labor is to switch a motor out. That's long block. You're not moving.
7 days.
What are you moving? You're moving the alternator and the starter and a couple things over, and you're doing it on the floor. That's that's 11 days of labor. There's got to be a mistake on that.
Yeah. I can follow up, but as of the email I received on March 5th at 10:44 to myself, here's a quote for the PT 200 trade-in value as is. As for complete repair costs, I believe it would look something like this, and I'll let Sterling confirm. The Cummins Recon engine, 37,000 plus 22,000 labor and 12 to 15 business days. Recon Long Walk 23 plus 22,000 labor for 12 to 15 days.
Yeah, I would just maybe question the one though. The labor part is the question I got at 22 grand is at $200 an hour, which I don't think your shop is 200, is 110 hours of labor, so I just it's a lot.
That's a lot.
I think we're more leaning towards the reconditioned Not the long walk.
No.
But it's the labor is the concern.
Yeah, number three, option three, but the labor is really high. There's something wrong with that.
Let's just want to table this and ask Mr. Lamont to make a phone call.
Yeah.
I think that these things are built so solid, either on this map, that has to occur to pull the motor out and then reassembly and put more.
They got the motor up now, don't they?
The engine is sitting on a crate.
What the labor bill come out?
Yeah.
It's
10 hours.
Usually if it's 10 hours to take it out and 20 hours to put it back in.
Well, I'd be surprised if it took 110 hours to put that machine together.
I clapped it.
You know?
It just,
Okay, so
that's $200 an hour.
why don't we table this until we find out?
Yeah.
Make a phone call or two.
So we'll have them up with the thing.
Okay.
Ready to make a phone call, get it in.
I don't think it's a question. You know, it's fairly much better.
Mr. Bo, what can you tell us about this truck?
So I received a phone call. Insurance provider you are made. The truck has been deemed a write-off. They gave us a figure of what the insured value is. Documentation that you have to me by today, I have to me ago. So the insurance value of the truck is $450,000. Early quotes for a new truck, that is stock somewhere within Canada, we're sitting between $680,000 and $735,000.
Okay, so what would be our option if we said we're not spending any more than what our insurance payout is worth? Is there any other vehicles around? Can we function without this fire truck? Until something comes up. Replacement value is what we're gonna stick with, if we decide that.
So then we would have to look at used apparatus, and then we would be into our timeline concerns again with the fire underwriters survey.
How old is this truck? How far into the replacement? Is it halfway or how old is this truck?
No, this truck is supposed to be replaced in 3 years.
And that's,
So our insurance value is actually more than what we paid for the truck.
So the difference on those two numbers is between 230 and 285.
how many years are these trucks, this truck, how many years?
50 front line, 20 as a backup.
So it's 12 years old then, right?
Yeah.
You buy a used truck and then, just like that. The one rescue we bought and all of a sudden they want to change it, they're gonna say the timeline, so.
It is fortuitous that there are vehicles available. Just trying to get a finalized price on them.
Yeah, so without going to tender, I do have, some prices of 2 trucks on lots here in Canada.
What's closest price to being complete, so we're literally, we put our equipment back in it and it's on the road.
So we would have to decal them, we'd have to have the radios installed, so that's about $4,500 on top of, the quote I have in my hand right here is $679,400. Plus, let's say 5,000 puts us at $684,400.
And then less, 450.
Correct.
Insurance fund.
Less than deductible.
And that's a new unit.
The new unit, yeah.
Good 15 years.
It's gonna cost us $234,400.
Well, between 234 and 289, based on that range, you come up.
All right, what do we have for deductible and stuff like that?
I'd have to look, it's usually between 5 and 6, depending on the money comes out of. Just from funding sources, I'm just looking at some of the reserves here. We do have a vehicle and equipment reserve. It's down to 700,000. We have a general capital reserve, which is at 2.5 million. And we're anticipating, and these are just preliminary numbers, about 1.5 million from surplus from 2025 that we'll be able to allocate. So I still haven't got the final unaudited or audited numbers yet, but that was our original discussion a couple of weeks ago.
That is the next fire truck replacement deal.
The next engine is in 2027.
That was difficult.
No. This one's good till 28. Yeah,
You guys think it?
we're always 1 year budget.
Was there any used units anywhere? Nothing
Uh,
that would come close to what we have.
they're all at that age of time of what's available for public auction. I've asked both of our suppliers to look if there's anything that would meet our needs.
I know we come up with the rules on auction, you gotta replace it. I don't know, it's not you guys at the insurance bureau or whatever, but it's the price of everything that went up, and it's municipalities are all gonna die from just trying to
keep up.
yeah. You can't. Right, you buy a used one for 450 grand, it's gonna be yeah, it's good, and then what are you gonna get for 100 grand, because it's out, it's timed out.
I guess what we gotta do is we gotta direct them to go for an RFP. See what we can be able to get.
Ronnie, do we need to, given the emergency or extreme nature of, do we need to go to an RFP, or given that we have the insurance money?
Given that we have the insurance money, if there's an urgent need, we could consider sole sourcing.
Particularly since one of them is identical to.
No.
So the ones that we.
So they say if seems so decision to council authorizes us to utilize those quotes, then it's it would
Units absolutely necessary, like we
So-
absolutely need it.
This is, and sorry, the other thing is that we're looking at this through the canoe program. So the canoe program allows us to single source it because it's a buying program that all municipalities are working on.
They've already done.
So that supersedes the requirement to do a tender if we choose to go.
To the question of do we need it? Well,
Yeah.
we need urban style equipment in order to meet our obligations to the towns and villages and our own requirements. And generally the model that we've had is that we have one per station and one spare. And you'll see the importance of having a spare because we are now relying on our spare. So the answer is. yes.
Kinda. Yeah.
Most, the duty crew starts March 15th, which takes a
So in possession, if we were to say, yeah, when's possession? Cause I mean, that's next week, is March 15th, so we're gonna have duty crew sitting because they don't have a vehicle.
No, like we would use the spare.
But I'm saying that we don't have the original, like another.
Yeah. They are saying that they can have it to us in 30 days of documentation.
And it just confirmed it's a $5,000 deduction.
So normally this is something that we would bring back to another meeting, however, if council
comfortable, you could say council authorized the CAO purchase a replacement fire truck for an amount not to exceed 285 plus 5 would be 290, or you could do 230 plus 5 to 240.
Yeah, but
those numbers aren't-
279 plus 5 is 280 something, 280 something. So, or 680 something.
Well,
684.
the difference is, I would suggest you round up 285, 290, and if we can get it for 240, we will. Problem is, and the fact that we've not spoken about it now, there's no other vehicles are available that are watching, but in 2 weeks, these things could be scooped up and then we'll wait 14 months.
With the one that rolled, is that a four-wheel drive or is that just a two-wheel drive? It's four-wheel drive. And these ones here are two-wheel drive. So we're losing, how many four-wheel drives do we have?
Just two.
So now we're down to one.
Yeah.
So where do you guys? What sale and purchase of this truck or what's going on?
Oh, if council was to authorize a maximum, what's the number that you would be most comfortable with? Up to.
So. I think it's the one I have in my hand is 679,400 plus we would need. Deck clean radio movement. Minus the 450.
My suggestion, I would use the full number and then say with funding to come from the insurance replacement and general capital reserves.
That number is not for sure, that number was just a price.
Which?
One that you just.
No, this is
That is for sure.
this is a quote, yep. This is a written quote with a discount. I can say that. With using a canoe procurement group discount, which is 5.5% on $715,000 is $35,000 off, puts us at 679,400 plus radios plus decals.
With the north end of the county being sand hills and stuff, how important was the four-wheel drive? How much?
We have not had success with. The four-wheel drive in the fire world was a blip that these two were bought. We call them sister trucks, bought 1 year after the other, and one of the manufacturers doesn't even offer the four-wheel drive anymore on these chassis. 680.
Plus 10% just say for your deckling and your.
Oh, 1%.
You think only 1%?
Yeah, our decal package is 35 something, and it's $300 and some to remove radios and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 85.
That's 450 plus the $5,000 deductible, right?
Yeah.
So we need that 10 grand for deductible.
Yeah. $700,000, 690, 690.
7, so 350
$50,000
difference. 2 years in soured out, so it'd be worth what, 30 grand?
Yeah, 42, I think we got on auction.
42, so we're up 400 grand. But 2 years earlier.
There's no way to make money, but yeah.
We would have been up if it stayed operating.
Well,
That's
two,
yeah.
2 years we get 40,000 for. 2 years earlier we get 450, so actually.
Yeah.
It's a blessing, yeah. Yeah. $350,000 in the whole blessing, which. Yeah.
Terry, just because we're in the middle of figuring out numbers, did you go up there?
I did phone, there's no answer. I know he was in a trade show in Texas. I did get him with a salesman. He understands our concern. I did mention to him that even at $200 shop rate, and he's not denying it. So he's going to try to get a hold of Sterling. I'm sorry, council, I don't have a definite answer for you on what the labor is going to be.
And I guess really, if we're gonna be looking at that kind of labor, maybe we should be looking at doing it at our own shop, finding out if it's like a bit.
Too late to, but, cause it's all taken apart there.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, we're not gonna say nothing now. No.
So, Mr. Reed, we can leave it on the table. Sterling indicated that, Sterling's gonna try to get back to him today. So, if at the end of the meeting, we haven't heard from him, then, we could address the duties. Realistically, the mulching season is over for this piece of equipment. Yeah.
Right now. The way it sits today, if we're looking for monetary reasons, either we're gonna buy a new mulcher for $345,000, which gives us just a $695,000 bill today. Or we do a replacement for $59,000 so far, and we're $409,000 out of today. So a little bit to consider when you're trying to figure out a budget and where we're gonna get money. This is what we need to consider before we make any motions, I would say.
Well, I don't know whether it affects your decision. Where drop. That's your decision. Decision on the rapture, clearly. Then
That not comes to direct administration to the person.
this council,
Because that's
if you
a
invoice,
sense.
never gonna get. We're never gonna get those fire truck. We're just a.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
It's for the fire department. Yeah. Yep.
We're gonna have to do something, right?
Oh, we got no choice, we need a fire truck, so. You buy a used one and we're gonna pay for it, we'll get, 47,000 in 2 years for the 4 up there.
Yeah,
That's
well, that's the
what
thing, it's coming out later, we think,
It needs to be actually added or that's,
it's just. We wanna,
Okay, so there's this policy here where we're gonna supersede policy 7000.25. So we wanna make that motion and then we're making this go live.
That Lamont County Council supersede procurement policy 7000.25 and authorize the CAO to purchase a fire engine for a maximum purchase amount of $685,000, with funding to come from the insurance replacement and general capital reserves.
All right, any questions or concerns?
So once again, Mr. Reed, if the information comes back from Ed, we'll let you know, council will lift the other item from the table when making a decision. If we don't hear back today, then we'll bring it back.
Yeah, or if we need to make it sooner than that, we'll have to figure out a meeting or whatever.
Well, we got-
We don't want it sitting for 2 weeks just because we're not here, right?
We got a baby tied up in the guy's workshop that's,
yeah, he won't be happy if it gets, right?
yeah, he's gotta get back to us only today, for the end of the meeting, we can, decide what we're doing.
So Mr. Reed, we are not able to hear it, so we would have.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we table it? We'll table it. the 175 all third item. All third? Yeah. Very. Yeah, so even today, if you hear anything back today or whatever, let us know, because then we get the decision made for you to.
If something, can we do it at the ag service board meeting tomorrow with all the councilors? What do we have?
Yeah, unless you call the
Special.
Are we just reset today and then close the meeting tomorrow, right?
At the end of the day,
If we don't have it by the end of it, we just reset it till.
that makes it hard because you're coming out of a meeting into another meeting. I don't know.
You technically got 2 more to go then, right?
Tell that Sylvan to get a hold of that guy in Texas.
That's straighten it up.
Well, see, okay, so we've got till the end of the meeting today. We'll find out if Sterling's back to us, and if not, then we'll
Panic.
we'll panic. All right, moving on. Request to review fire bill.
So this is a bit of an unusual one. Standard that's for engagement. Decision to reduce the rest now is requested enough obligation. So that can be addressed, however, we're at the council whether you want to entertain another obligation with this person. We'd like to leave things as a. Received the second delegation request in July 2025. This time council said, yeah, we don't need a delegation, but council did decide to reduce the fire bill and waive the interest for the finance director. And now again, on February 26th, once again, email, but that recommendation is to not proceed with another delegation, given the council that all intents has taken a decision which is very much similar to any other fire decision anyway.
Okay, any discussion? We went in, we did reduce his bill. Plus there's an issue with a water stoppage, so that was taken out. We did our due diligence along there, had the county come in and remove that. I'm not sure what else they want us to do. They would have to have had insurance on their own property. Other discussion? There's a motion there, we take no further action.
Already looked at it and decided.
I think it's decided on the previous council. I wasn't there. But
Yeah, exactly.
Local help.
We reduced the fire bill and we fixed the water issue that they were said they're out.
And we wrote the interest off.
Yeah, we wrote all the interest off for them.
So that was for the fire, I'm assuming in St. Michael.
Yeah.
Of that old shop.
Yeah, two rules.
Sean, who was it in resident?
Yeah, the resident, it'd be a store, but it's a residence.
Oh, was it a residence? Oh, somebody was living in there?
No, they're gonna stay,
Oh,
the renter moved out.
and what was the cause of the fire? Did that ever?
Undetermined, they're both with the.
Their reasoning for questioning it?
I'm not sure whether they come back and ask us to pay for more or take more of the bill off. And we fought fire, and it was before we changed over to our village, and we still already reduced the bill and to pay the interest, so.
Siri, the call we received was immediately following the last decision council took to reduce the fire bill and lead charges, so I think that may have prompted the person to correct.
We reduced that, but not the road.
Yeah, there's that, yes.
Same as we already did with it previously.
We're very welcome to take his information and no further action. So
Lamont County Council accepts the report on the property owner's request to review invoice 1085 of information and direct administration to take no further action.
any questions or concerns on the motion? All in favor? Carried. Tax sale, February 4th.
Siri, the motion is providing an update on the tax sale that occurred on February.
Thank you, Mr. Hanowski. So, just to kind of maybe give a little bit of a background on tax sales. So this is a part of the MGA that for any property that's in arrears to a municipality, there's a number of steps that, that the county goes through, including putting information on the title, eventually going to tax sale in usually before March of the year. So this particular tax sale was held in February 4th, 2026. There was two properties that were put up for sale. One had a value of $85,000, and then the other one had a value of $400,000 as per our assessment. And so the first one, once it was put on the title, the public trustee was involved in that one, and they paid off the property taxes. So as soon as property taxes are paid off, then that property can come off the auction block. The second one, however, was on there, and that was the one with the value of $800,000. So for the auction, two members of the Lamont County Administration were in attendance, one to do the auction and the other one to observe and provide additional information if needed. So the auction was called to order at 11 a.m. and there were no attendees from the public in place to place bids. So the outstanding property taxes on this property were $13,999. Unfortunately, this property is pretty much deemed uninhabitable, and the pictures of the property are on page 80 to 83. This is the hotel on corner lots in St. Michael. And discussing with our legal counsel recently at the RMRF law seminar, any property that is brought for tax sale automatically becomes property of the municipality. So this is essentially an information piece to let council know that this property has been taken over and that we will now be responsible for this property. We are looking into it further as to what options we have and what work we're going to need to put into this. We bring it forward probably as another RFP or a budget item in the coming years. This one was for information as to what the process is and why we don't have this particular property on our end.
Now that we got this property, if something happening, got hit by lightning and call it a fire and burn half the town down, do we have insurance? Do we have to insure it as a county? If something happens there?
It becomes part of our on our insurance as well. So the automatically all property that we have does just get added to our insurance. And we obviously wouldn't put replacement insurance on a building like this if that building did burn out, stewards to contain the fire. But that's we wouldn't be doing any replacement. And in this particular property, what we understand, the owner did pass away and there is nobody claiming the estate on this one at this point. With all tax sale properties, we have an obligation for 10 years to make efforts to find the owner, to find the estate in this particular case. Any costs that we incur with a property go back against that property. When a property comes for tax or from tax sale to the county, anything more than the market value must be returned to the owner. So just for an example, if we were owed $100,000 in taxes and we were able to sell a property for $500,000, we'd be able to keep $100,000, but that $400,000 would go back to the residents. So same thing if they owed us $1,000, that $499, less any cost. But this particular property, looking at it, I think this property is actually going to cost us more than we have to.
Yeah, I was gonna say now we have to secure it.
We have any other obligations that we would have, that we would impose on any other property owner. So if the property is a danger to the public, we would have to make sure that it is secured, that there is no dangers. You know, that would be locking the doors and that type of thing. We can't, we're not gonna barricade a property just like, we wouldn't require anybody else to. So there is no other requirements on top of what a natural person would have.
So we can't do that with other 10 years, we can't knock it down and.
Well, sorry, we can, if it's deemed, this one is deemed to be a hazard, we could knock it down and those costs could go back against the taxes. However, recovering those costs are, the only way we'd get to do that is to sell it, so.
So do we have to invest that money if we got it?
Well, if we were to knock it down, and let's say it cost us $100,000 to knock down, and we sold it for $200,000, we would have to put that difference into a bank account. But if it cost us $200,000 to knock it down, and we only got $100,000 for it, then the debt is wiped out.
So really what we should be doing is we know that we have $14,000 in outstanding taxes. Be selling it for $14,000 and putting a stipulation on it, it's tear down and removal of whoever's is next one. Cause we can do that even if it's under the market value, we can still sell it for whatever cost of our demolition.
We actually don't even need to, knowing that the cost to demolish it and remediate it are gonna be higher, we could essentially write off that $14,000.
Yeah,
we could sell it for whatever.
You could sell.
We could sell it for
whatever the law, we don't have the liability on us.
Yeah, we could sell it for $1 with the contingency on that they demolish it and turn it into the property. So
How about a fire training center?
Yeah. Like station.
We just gotta get rid of the stuff on top of it first. It's a good place to practice.
This week when we get that.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just take this as information.
this is for information. We will be getting more options on what it's going to cost to demolish it, what we can do, and we'll bring that back to council at another time.
Okay. When you want to make a motion, take his information.
Sure, Lamont County Council accept the report on the tax sale February 4th, 2026 as information.
All in favor? Carried. Do we want to go into committee bowl or do we do a lunch or do now? Yeah, it's noon. Oh,
I keep breaking. Oh, that's right. We've got all that extra.
all right, we're moving on to 8.7 snow plowing policy. Mr. Naka. brought this up.
Yeah, I just want clarification, I know I had phone question about, some snow plowing. And I have the snow plowing policy read to me. Part that I sort of, and the question is that you may not be finished grading your full beat at a certain time, but after a snow or a wind event, people start wherever you want. So my question is, like I sent a text or an email a few days ago, if it's day 3 of an event, and I don't see anything south of 29 graded or east of Highway 855, you know, is that 72 hours for 8 grader beat? And is it also for a 10 grader beat?
Yeah, so council has set policy 5104.22, that's our snow and ice control, snow clearing, county roads policy. So 72 hours, there's a few things in here in the procedures. Procedure 1, snow clearing operations on ground roads typically commence when snow accumulation reaches 8 centimeters in depth. We typically start, you know, around the 4 to 5 centimeter, but it's 8 centimeters will go. Based on an 8 to 10 centimeter snow event, the county will endeavor to clear major collector roads and bus routes within 72 hours, and minor collector roads and local roads within 96 hours respectively. Now, there's a few other ones in here, but council has set a priority under number 7. First being emergencies, either ambulance, police, fire, utilities. Second being major collector roads and hamlets, then bus routes, followed by minor collector roads, local roads, private driveways, public facilities as requested, those being churches, cemeteries, and community halls. And then snow removal from approaches, including snow ridges that may have accumulated on approaches. And finally, private approaches if not done as part of our snow clearing. There is a asterisk here that council has included if subsequent snow or wind event occurs prior to the completion of the previous snow event being completed at all priority levels, snow clearing efforts will revert to normal. Now, for an ongoing snow event, where it's multiple days, we are out there. If we clear a road on day 1, we're trying to get as much of the bus route and major open in those first 72 hours. So we may not get back that road, you know, within 1 day again. Number 9 here, equipment operators can vary from the order priorities involved in his or her discretion. It is more advantageous to the county to immediately plow a road, driveway, or approach than to return after completing higher priorities. So this typically is used if the operator is in the very northeast end of their beat, and there's 1 or 2 miles of direct road, and they have to highlight that back later on. They may get that. We try and prioritize the bus routes and major collectors as much as we can. We have had multiple snow events this winter that have been 2-3 days long, snow accumulation with wind causing drifting. Our winter snow operation is based on a 10 beat map. It takes us that long to get everything done. We've seen some areas done in that first 72 hours, but by the 96 hours, everything is complete.
There, yeah, and they get that, you know, it's 2 snow events in a row, you're waiting multiple days. People start asking questions when you tell them, you know, something. And the email or text.
Well, that was, we're getting calls too from your area that, some of the areas, there was two stall events and we're into the 3rd one and it's still greater on a couple of your roads there, right?
The north or so.
North of 45.
Yeah, that's where I was getting calls from, they're up in the north. You know, I don't know, like, obviously it starts snowing on Friday, You guys are picking it up Saturday morning, Friday night, you know, just right through the weekend, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we've, there's only been one time, I believe it was, Boxing Day or the day after where we pulled the graders off because it was snowing so much, everything was snowing in behind them. We wouldn't accomplish anything, but typically we're out there, when it's midst of a snowstorm or right as it ends. And then we're working, you know, our 12 hours right through until everything's cleaned up.
Yeah, you're just starting around the clock, 12-hour shifts. I know you have GPS on these graders. Are we privy to access to see that?
So our live GPS,
Cause that would help a lot.
is accessible to employees. We do provide council with weekly reports of our grading activity based, and that's from our GPS.
Whether that's actually accurate or not, because they're saying 100% of pushing up in his area and people don't see anything for a week, right? So I'm questioning that, but if we actually had access to it, see exactly, okay, yeah, we can write from it and, well, absolutely, this is what it is, right?
So if you continue to get the weekly results, if there are specific questions you go, like what was the last time the 163 was blown, you can contact our deal staff.
Well, you said, starting plowing snow through the snow bank and, got out of the gate to it, and then you pulled the graders. Did you started back at the beginning and you didn't finish? We pulled the graders and went to the end. That's where Roy's having his problems. We restart, and then 3 passes. There's still a grader on a couple of them, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks in the top, he's not up there, right?
So for the one event where we pulled graders off, we did put a second or an 11th grader out there just to ensure everything was done. For this winter, we've had our 2 yard clearing tractors plus and then a spare grader out. We have seen a substantial increase in the number of applications in those programs for yard clearing, whether it's for seniors or for fragile. A number of paid requests as well. Trying to get those done within the 96 hours as well. We've had work on that. We've had a plow truck out doing community calls just that those can get done at the same time. So we've had, it's been all hands on deck when we get these requests. So anything we can do to speed things up.
Some areas are getting done faster. I've got 3 different graders in my area. And I guess everybody helps me, and I've had good service. I can't complain. The service, some of these guys with the experience are doing their beats in a lot quicker time than some of the other gentlemen that are other operators and stuff on there. Do we give a call for these guys with the?
Absolutely, yeah. We if we've got an operator that's getting their area done quicker, they're talking to the operators that neighbor them, see who needs help. We've had a couple that they're in the area, so they're going to do, they said, oh, I'll do this road, continue onto the highway for you while I'm here. So they're working together. It's not, oh, I'm done and they're taking off the next day. They're all working together.
I look at it. Got to Gerald, the grader gone twice and mine never showed up for another day.
Seems to record that they dirty when they were tracking and the operator.
Trying to ensure we're being as productive as possible. We are reviewing our grader beats to make sure that they are everything is divvied up equitably. They have an equal number of miles. They're not having to highlight to get to certain areas, and ensuring that when they're planning their beats work, it makes sense so that they're not leaving the same area to the end every time.
I got a couple calls, asking for me to explain why the grader went by with the blade there, high blading. And I guess it was from yard to yard, but, the one guy plowed the road 3 miles, so his neighbor could go to her cancer treatment, and split the tractor away and sees the grader coming, oh, great, good. Flying by with the blade in there and turns the corner on a road he never cleaned and go into a yard with the blade up, so. This didn't make sense to me, to put the blade down on a grader, the tractors is different. You see a grader going by high blading, and you explain that.
Yeah,
I don't
when
know
they're
how.
driving through the snow.
Yeah, I don't know how you explain that, like,
You can't.
he forgot how to put the blade down, I guess, I don't.
Quick question, when they do their rotation, start at one end and move to the other end the second time, where do they start?
So we do try and get them to start and, start on, say, start in the north end, work their way south. And the next time, start on the other end, so where you're finishing on day 3, starting on day 1 next time. Trying to ensure that everyone is being treated as fair as possible. Obviously, there's some areas that they're not gonna get on day 1 or day 2, just because they have the high blade to get there and start. They're trying to be laid down as much as possible.
That didn't happen in Roy's area.
So just hypothetical, grader guy does his 12-hour beat and he finishes off halfway through the top. So then the second guy gets into the grader, does he start there? Or does he start in the south, does he start in the east or the west? Is that how that's determined? So when you're switching shifts?
We don't have shifts, so we run the grader per grader, they would.
We're only running just a 12-hour shift?
12 hours.
Oh, I thought these were going around the clock.
Big graders, 10 operators.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's why it hasn't as much, not like thinking
Oh, no,
you're.
I'm thinking snowstorm starts, 12-hour shifts and you go until it's done.
The only equipment that can and sometimes does run in shifts would be our plow trucks. So we're bringing different operators because we need to ensure that those are being treated with.
So why aren't we running around the clock? There's a reason behind it.
Operators.
Makes as much sense.
But to find an additional 10 operators that are qualified and available to run at a moment's notice.
Well, that explains a lot, sorry, because I was assuming we were around the clock.
I know back days when it was not around the clock unless we got severe storm, we brought in extra operators or radio operators over.
Yeah.
There is something in the policy someplace about providing 24-hour road maintenance service, and that's back on my memory, but I don't know if it's in any place in the county that it says the county does not provide a 24-hour.
I have not come across that in any of the current policies. We are, our employees do have to follow OHS. There is a allowance to exceed 12 hours for an emergency. There have been some time for our employees have gone past the 12. That's for very special cases, very major snow events.
John, does that explain to you?
Well, that clears it up, but that would explain why all of a sudden our roads are.
But the problem is Roy's area, those roads, they got halfway through and it snowed again.
And then they went.
They started at the beginning instead of
Keeping
keeping
it all
it.
should have been a switching of an operator and he.
No, I'm not switching an operator, even the next day start where you left off, we have 72 and go north.
You get 4 inches of snow. Yeah. Then you get another 4 inches, so that one got cleaned twice and you got 8 inches.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to Evans and I plow the roads,
That's the problem.
Nobody's doing that all the time. If I'm busy, I just do mine. And everybody else thinks, well, what about us? So that's where the plate's gonna hit. And you can be in that corner and they won't show up for 4 days. And it's the same operator, so they should know. They know where they finished off last year's snowing event, where they should be this time.
Okay, so do we wanna take that as information?
Yeah.
Got what you needed?
Better.
These can re-emphasize with operators, but they ensure that they vary their starting points to coincide with where they ended.
Taking this in.
On county council accept the report on snow plowing policy and information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. One or two more, or? Council meeting. I've been approached by, couple of towns and villages. Want to know if we can do council meetings like they used to do before COVID. And all it is just come in and see how things are doing. I mean, we're right across the parking lot from each other. One, to set up to go over and visit, and I don't know, I think Miss Seeker would help initiate it with them over there. And then we just figure out how to get times arranged to meet with other towns and villages.
I've had that too, the towns phone in, and I said, and we used to do it, their council and our council get together and just see what's just. We're hardly, no agenda really, but.
Yep.
And then, the meeting went as problems were coming up or.
Well, this was brought up a while back too, but we just never, because everybody was always worried about the COVID stuff going on, but. I mean, I know two of our neighboring municipalities that they get together and collaborate, and it's just pretty much a BS session is all it is. There's no it's no agenda, there's no nothing, you're just talking about how things are going in the community.
You make the agenda as you're going, and
Yeah.
problems pop up as you're discussing, so.
Yeah.
I agree, we need to start doing that again with, 5 towns or whatever we got.
Okay. So I don't know, I make a motion on that we arrange quarterly meetings.
In our collaborative.
Yeah, intermunicipal collaboration.
Yeah.
There's my big word of the day.
That's the word they use for us.
Different. I would suggest you use a different name than that, because that's a regulated agreement, because municipal meetings would apply. So quarterly would be
Pretty tight.
meetings.
Yeah. I'm thinking, at least. 2 years.
Okay.
Twice a week.
Biannual.
Obviously, you would each one.
A year for each group. It's 20 meetings. Still, it's. Just our urban, yeah, sorry, with each urban municipality, sorry.
And you've been there, Chip and Lamont.
Yeah, I've got everybody.
Council after the word biannual, so we reference it.
Yeah. Maybe they don't even want to meet with us, but at least we put it out there.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Some will go, yeah, some will go, forget it.
So our schedule will be a little quicker.
Yeah. All right, make a motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to arrange biannual council meetings with each of the urban neighboring municipalities. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carry.
Yeah, question?
Oh, no, nobody made it. Look like you voted. That was his vote.
Yes, I should see.
Okay, so why don't we,
The next
you guys good with half hour?
Hey.
Oh, you want to do the next two?
No,
Or three?
Or, okay, well, what do we cover?
Fire truck.
Yeah, okay, after lunch.
Okay, so let's just do a half hour lunch.
Yeah.
We're back here at 12:45. button like that. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Stop the break here. We're going to continue on with 8.9 Straw in the River. Councillor Waiters.
Okay, we got a $16 million grant. I want to know where we're at. What point are we at on that getting to Straw in the River, and how much money we spent to date out of that $16 million, and where are we? I know I'm not asking for the information, David. Can we get the council to get information where we're at, what stage we're at, and how much money we spent, please?
Sure, so, please make a resolution that, the water council, direct administration to bring information and status on this on the water.
Yeah, okay. There's that 16 million, what's spent and what was spent on, and where are we at in the project?
That's
Just total administration.
I probably know what's left in the grant money, because I know not all of the grant money is paid for it, but let's see where we're at.
Questions?
Yeah, Lamont Council direct administration to bring forward information on the status of spending on the water intake project.
Right, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. 3. I think 8-10, we already got the fire truck.
Yeah, we did that.
So we'll just go right on 8-11 drone. Yeah, that was 8-9 minutes. We were just.
Yeah, we got, thanks, Wolf, for bringing that information earlier. The last two budgets, we were asked to purchase another drone, and they were turned down. I was told we got a new drone, what, $7,500 flying the county. How did that happen?
So as part of our operations, Public Works and ASB have a drone. It's a number of years old, and we tried using it last year for doing some survey work. It just doesn't have that capability. We received quotes from a few vendors on similar drones to what we have, size-wise and capabilities. We ended up getting the similar model, just the next size up, that allows us to do topo surveys. As part of our road projects policy, we do have to do pre and post survey work for payment of bill. We had the project from Township for 572 24 last year, where we had boron material. So instead of having a employee do a half day and a full day survey on that and pre and post, with this drone, we're able to do it within a couple of minutes. As Council Wade said, it was around $7,500 for the drone, 4 batteries, the controller, be used in place of the one that we currently have.
So the last two budgets, we said we weren't spending money on drones and stuff, so who all of a sudden we're spending money on something that wasn't approved.
So
you don't call any service drone.
And I don't recall any specific budget requests for a new drone. This was done under our operating program and was budgeted for.
Yeah, no, I can remember when this was brought forward last year, the year before, I think it's 2023. I requested another one, and I thought we said we're going using the drones because we were having enough issues with drones flying over people's houses and getting caught and having issues until we figured out what the actual flies over, so.
And that's where we're at, because they, we had a drone problem and, so the last two budgets. And, now the drone problem is kind of going away, but all of a sudden you buy another drone and exactly what the ratepayers from two different areas in the county said, now what, back planning on us.
As we've used the previous drone, for identifying drainage concerns. This one will be used in the same type of work. It just will allow us to do, topo surveys. Ultimately, with, the ability to do surveys, we may be able to eliminate having to hire a, engineering firm manually to do our gravel surveys as well.
All I'm getting at is we turned it down with two budgets, so all of a sudden we got one, so I guess it doesn't matter what, what I say, I guess, I'm gonna speak for myself and that's all, but,
You got two drones now?
We have two drones. We have between Public Works and ASB, we have 4 or 5 licensed operators. We will probably only be running one, because the new one can do all the, is more than capable of what the old one was able to do.
ASB have their own.
No.
Drone also.
So ASB and Public Works were utilizing the same one. This would just allow Public Works to utilize one the same year that ASB does. If they're just needing to get out and look for issues on drainage channels or something like that. But typically just one is run throughout the year.
I mean, the fire department now, I know you got, put heat on, right, for.
Yeah, we have
One for.
Yeah, 10 operators,
He personally, I'd sort of spend 30 grand and have one in our see if he can fly out of K division and, the thing is, twice it was turned down until we get all this drone stuff figured out, so. Now all of a sudden we got it, so that's money for the ratepayers.
So, Mr. Reed, I don't understand what it means when the deputy Reed said when we get this drone stuff figured out. We brought forward a policy, council considered it, council defeated. So we are using the drone for operational purposes. We are out of an abundance of caution, not flying it over mountains, and certainly where necessary, we would advise people. And I've quickly done a search in the last 2 budget years, and I don't see any service enhancements or capital business cases for drones. See, Mr. Boyko was doing the same thing.
When did the Ag Serv Board ask for theirs? Cause we got asked for one from him, 2 years ago, not even 2 years ago. When did you get your drone?
23.
Yeah.
And that was.
Ag Service Board wanted another, yeah, Ag Service Board wanted one, cause it was upgrading the one they had, because then they ended up going to St. Michael with Mr. Mishniak and the other foremans, and they did their course there. That was asked in 23 or 24. And then we purchased this one here now, another one. So it's been asked. And then the whole thing is it's a trust issue. The people know when the one operator decided to fly it where he wasn't supposed to, this is what causes us to get phone calls. This is what causes us to get the ability to have everybody on high alert, because now there's another tool that was used before, put back up in the air again, a new one, and what more can it? Because now everybody's seeing real time. We just went to it, real-time observation center. You can see right here in the yard from Edmonton, they fly a drone anywhere. They got civilians that drive them around and drop them off, and they can pick us out of a crowd in the middle of nowhere, all the way across Alberta and Saskatchewan. So there's people that are worried about their privacy, and then we have the same fella that had the same issue before, got a new drone. So there is a trust issue that's going on with the county and the ratepayers.
There's a problem here.
That's the bottom line of it. That's what it come down to. If it hadn't happened the way it did, there probably wouldn't have been an issue, and we could have used it just for work, but it wasn't used just for work at the point in time. And that's where the issue arose. So. there any more you wanna ask about the
No.
drone, or we're?
Oh, I just, they don't,
We already have it,
it's all listed, so whatever.
it's purchased, so.
Where do they get paid for operations, or is it getting paid out of?
The purchase came out of, the operating budget.
There's, government's cutting back on our money and stuff, we gotta watch what we're doing here. And we can only ask people for so much, and they're in the same boots that we're in, everybody's getting cut back, so.
Okay, so you wanna make that a motion as take his information?
Information, yeah. One County Council accepts their report on their own information.
All in favor?
Period.
All right, so now we can move on to committee of a whole. Can I have somebody start, please? I make a motion that the Lamont County Council move the March 10th, 2026 regular council meeting into committee of a whole meeting at 12:59 PM. AM. Yeah, not PM, sorry. Yeah, we're on there, sorry. Over here, midnight?
Yeah.
Okay, process water line. All in favor? All right, carried.
Thank you.
Process water line engagement session, that will be.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reeve. So this is just a briefing note to give an update on the engagement session that happened here on February 26th. So just, a little bit of background. So with every major project and organization, it takes communication with stakeholders as a critical step to ensure that to ensure the project's success. The process water line project is at the very beginning stages, and engagement at this point is very helpful to capture input from the stakeholders. That'll help adjustments being made early in the process, and to alleviate some change orders that could happen and increase costs. So just to kind of give a little bit of background about what happened with this particular engagement process. So to provide awareness of it, notice for the February 26th, 2026 community session, Lamont County mailed out notification letters the week of February 9th to all the residents along and within 1.5 mile radius of Range Road 201, which is the proposed pipeline alignment and of course the project site. Then following that, Sean Bradmander from WSP and myself went door to door on Wednesday, February 11th, along Range Road 201 to personally deliver community session notification cards. And you'll see that card is on page 87 of our package. So we were able to meet with several landowners, discuss some of the issues that they had at that particular time, and of course invite them to be able to come to that session. So the session itself was held at the Bruderheim Memorial Hall from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Display boards were shown, and those are also in your package here. Those are from page, can't see on the page 91 to 98 in your package, and they showed the project context, and the goal was to gather feedback on 3 design considerations. Some of the concerns that we've been hearing at the previous session was about the pipeline alignment, whether it was within the road right of way, which was used for the preliminary analysis with the Vizian, whether it be alongside the road right of way or set back from the road right of way and within private property. So the WSP project representatives were there. They were joined by some of the Lamont County staff to provide further information and capture that participant feedback. And of course, to foster robust conversations. And for the council members that were there, I'm sure you would agree that there was some very good conversations going on there. So residents were able to write concerns on Post-it notes and on the boards. They were also able to write out ideas on regular full-size pieces of paper and suggest on those longer forms. And the count was that there was at least 35 community members at the session. So just a little bit of summary of that. So the participants, basically, most of their comments were around financial considerations, project delivery, and of course, governance of the project. Most of the feedback said that there was wanted to avoid new county debt overall, concerned about the taxes, and primarily residential taxes and what direction they were going to go. Where the county was going to fund this from, and the county's equity stake in the project. So there was a few that suggested exploring a P3 or public-private partnership model. There was a lot of comments on land access and agricultural services, primarily during the construction period. A lot of questions about what access is going to be blocked, and some interesting discussion on whether the project water could eventually support agricultural irrigation. Ken talks about driveways and other such things. So there were some comments about the boat launch, if changes were to occur and what was going to happen with that. And there's mixed feedback on the boat launch itself. We were able to have WSP put the what we heard brief together as well. That's on page 99 to 103 of the package. Similar to what I just presented, a little bit of background on this product as well. And so overall, it was a very informative session from the residents. Like I said, there was some interest on both sides, for and against the project, and a lot of questions that we'll be able to continue to utilize as we're looking at the project. One of the other ones, so the scenarios that we proposed were, again, under the range road, so this is on page 103 that I'm looking, right along the right of way or adjacent to the range road. There was some comments as well about it being in the middle of the field as opposed to along the range road, to minimize some of those interruptions along the driveways and trees and landscaping and such. So it was a very informative session. The engineers from WSP are going to be putting those options in when they look at our pricing even more in detail. So again, this is just an informational piece for council to be aware of what happened at that engagement section, and of course bring it into the public for those who weren't at the session as well. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions? I wasn't able to be there, I was away, but good session. Yeah.
I'd say probably the biggest one, the comment that I've heard, and I think we've been able to alleviate. A lot of people think that this project is already a done deal and we're just pushing it through. Whereas, we were able to help a lot of the people there understand that this is the beginning stage of the project.
The design stage.
And it's the design stage, and now is the time to get their feedback into us. And for those that might hear this online, emailing the info@lamontcounty.ca or checking out the website that's on the bottom of page 87 is where the updates are going to be continually held on this project.
Yeah, and just for assurance, everybody we got the water license, we got the water permit. We are just in the design phase of building this, so there's no construction that's happening as of yet, so.
Yes, and we've committed to be bringing regular updates to council as well on the project. This is a specific update about the engagement session, but WSP is going to be giving continual updates to ensure that council is aware of the project and what stages we're at.
So Mr. Boyle, prior to you returning in chamber, council has asked for a status report
And that's, that'll be most likely on March 23rd is when we had to. Look at that.
And then it'll be there. Perfect. Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Boyko? Somebody accept his update, his information.
Lamont County Committee of the whole acceptance process, water line, engagement, update as information.
Perfect. Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. So we will take us out of committee of whole and back to the regulars. No?
I move that the Lamont County Committee of the Whole return to the March 10th, 2026 regular council meeting at 1:08 p.m.
All in favor? Carried. All right, director's reports.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Donowski. So yes, we are on page 106 for number 7 of the agenda package. So the last update that was provided was up to the end of December. So this will be January to March's update. I'll just go through fairly quickly some of the items here that goal number 1, continued work on processed water line, as I just discussed, in coordination with Mr. Olson for economic development. So there's a lot of need to time this particular project with the economic development work that's going on to ensure that the timing works out. The project is to have development within our county, and so that's a very important piece. Goal number 2, we're using admin support or providing admin support for the fire services department. Those are all on track. Goal number 3, the big ones that I'd like to talk about. So the tax rate calculation and assessment, all of that is on track. So we've received our assessment roll from the Alberta government and our contract assessors for the commercial and the residential, all within the legislated timelines. That assessment has been uploaded to our financial system and all balanced. So what we're now waiting for is our requisitions, so that we can get that information. So at the time of writing this, the education and seniors requisitions we hadn't got, but we do now have those. And so those will be keyed into the system. We are going to be we're going to be bringing forward on the March 23rd, so the next council meeting, direction about tax rates, and have council have a discussion on that, and as well as a budget update. So we'll get more into detail in that in the March 23rd session, where council can in a budget committee session and discuss where we're going to go with taxes. So just for an overall, our budget estimates of 3% of growth. We're fairly close to that, a little bit higher on some of the residential. The commercial was a little bit lower than we anticipated, but overall we're very close to that 3% growth. So the budget revenue won't change considerably. One of the areas of concern is that we've been notified by the manager of the landfill commission that the requisition for the 2026 tax bylaw will not be sent in time for the tax bylaw preparation. That is, we anticipate doing the tax bylaw on April 1st. But we've been told that we won't be able to get that rate in time.
Should be noted that this is an annual
discussion.
I've spoken with a representative on the landfill committee, and I think to emphasize that there are six municipalities on that landfill committee, all of which need to have their tax bylaw done before May 1st, and for some reason it's.
And this has been an annual concern as a CEO was pointed out. So if there's some pressure that can be made from our member, then that would be great. So payroll, all the T4s were issued on time. WCB and pension reporting were also completed for year end and on time. So no issues there. So as well as just on a personal level, a council or the T4s were issued there. If you have any concerns, reach out to me. grant applications, so once we complete the spring budget approval, then we will be putting the specific projects in for the grant applications. It's a fairly standard process every year, so we are also working with WSP on additional grants for the process water line. There's a federal grant that we're applying for right now, as well as we're trying to work with the provincial government and transportation on some of the new grants that they have available as well. Accounts receivable, the item that's there was that there was some significant collection of outstanding clay levy receivables, and you had talked to one of the people who had that at the last meeting. As well, so ongoing here with the budget, like I said, that'll be planned for March 24th, committee of the whole. And preparation of the triangle report ongoing with the year-end adjustments. So you'll be able to see the triangle report in that same format that you see for the year-end, as well as the audited financial statements. Audit fieldwork was completed February 17th to 20th. As well, the audit presentation is anticipated for March 24th. And as he has booked that already, I anticipate getting some draft financial statements here later this week, in anticipation of that. Yeah, goal number 4, county IT, the server has been ordered as per budget. Anticipated delivery and install is June 2026. There's quite a lead time required on servers right now. There's a real push for the components in there, and so we were given a very short timeline to get the pricing done on that. It was priced within budget, so we're pretty happy with that. Building wise, there was a circuit board failure within our boiler, so it was subsequently replaced. That was about a $6,000 bill for that. We do run 2 boilers in the building, so therefore only minor service interruptions were had. So a few cold rooms and such, but the system is getting older, and it's harder to find replacement parts with that. Goal number 6, council communication. So council requested open house. Has been advertised on various forms of print and social media. You'll see in the paper or revised format for the in focus section is ongoing, and we're getting good reviews from our readers in regards to that. The Reeves Year in Review was completed and posted to the website, and the business plan documents will be posted relatively soon with limited printing for pickup, with a little bit of a rebranding on that front section to make it a little bit more readable. 2026 recruitment is ongoing for replacements and our seasonal staff. Working on some of the seasonals now because it's good to get those in place as we go. Then going to page 109, again with public engagement, so participated in the process water stakeholder event as well as planning for the council town hall. Going on to the last little bit, the additional activities on page 9 and 10. Again, so probably one of the ones to note on finance, the tax recovery properties. As of the writing of this, there was 14 of the 21 properties were approved. However, 2 more were approved as of March 6th. So we have 2 of the larger parcels now have been sold. We've issued the RFP for the procurement consultant for the ERP system, and getting a few questions back, but obviously there's some good interest in that RFP as well. And yeah, so this the bottom line on the processed water product is one of the things that's been taking a significant amount of time for myself. We do have in WSP engaged as the owner's representative. And so they hosted an engagement session. There's ongoing coordination for the P3 procurement process. A good interest there as well. Most of the technical memos for the engineering have been completed now as well. And so, yeah, and then one item that I don't have on there is the grant compliance documentation. We're working on that right now, so. So that's that's the quick rundown of what's happened in public services for the last 2 months. Any questions?
No questions? No, this will. For the motion. With the information.
One County Council accept the CFO Corporate Services Department Activities Report for January to March 2026 as information.
All right, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, moving on, Lamont County Services Report.
I think we got the chief road, but the side chief, or I think it was presented, the report here and will all be reviewed within our research.
Yeah, so, this is kind of a blend between my year-end report that I previously presented to council and our January, February report. So goal number one, regional training center, we have 2 external municipalities who have scheduled dates for rental of the regional training center. One of them has already started their activity dates last weekend and will be continuing for the next couple of weeks. And then the other municipality moves in for a couple of dates in April and May. So it's good to see that up and running, and we have some visitors coming to determine their fall usage for the arts. We also hosted an Alberta Emergency Management Agency ICS 300 course over 3 days out at the RTC. We had county staff and some neighboring municipality staff joined us as it was presented by Alberta AEMA. For the last couple of weekends, we've been hosting internal first aid classes out at the training center, so it's been well utilized over the last couple of weeks. Goal number 2, fire prevention, fire permit program. So we DC Calder performed a large inspection for one of our partner municipalities that involved multiple structures. That was a couple of days, 1 day on site, 1 day of writing reports and presenting to our partner CAO. So that took quite a bit of time to ensure all were happy with the life safety report. We also attended a Safety Codes Council webinar for update for our annual internal review. So once a year, as we are a QMS holder, we are responsible to report to Safety Codes Council on all of our fire prevention, fire inspection, and fire investigation activities. So they had some changes. We attended an updated webinar for that. And now we will begin the writing of our AIR report. Working through our emergency management with our regional emergency management partners. We sent a couple staff to incident command specific workshop training in Fort Saskatchewan. We sent 1 individual to be certified in incident command should we ever have the need arise, to establish an incident command post or emergency coordination center, and a situation unit leader, which is a specialized role within the planning division to look after some of the things for us in there. So all the feedback was 4 long, hard days of training and then 1 full day of exercise with multiple municipal partners in attendance. It's also springtime before hazard season, so the Deputy Director of Emergency Management, myself, attended the Northeast Regional DEM meetings up in St. Paul with 17 of our closest friends from the Northeast. Just to prepare for the spring wildfire season with Alberta Emergency Management and wildfire. Following up with the emergency management, 5 of our 6 partner municipalities have endorsed the bylaw. This council had endorsed weeks ago. The final council meeting is Monday for that council, and once that is approved, it will be sent off to Alberta Emergency Management for their endorsement, and then it will come back and be read into as a bylaw. So that is well ongoing. Like I said, out of the 6 have completed already. Staffing levels were down just a little bit over last year. We're at 73 paid on call staff. We're at just under 80 last year at this point. Under our service levels, this is a follow-up to a discussion Mr. Kanowski had about our year-end reports to our partner municipalities. So just as a reminder, in 2025, we had 399 calls for service, which was a 7% increase in calls throughout the entire region. The breakdown of calls per town, now that all the councils have seen them, Andrew had 28 calls within the municipality, Riverheim 45 calls, Chipman 5, Lamont 69, Mundare 32, and Lamont County 217 calls. And as you can see, we continually increase. The largest percentage of increase in our calls for service have been medical calls with the EMS providers within the region, either requesting assistance or being outside of AHS's safe delivery zone. So we're in 2026. We've started off the year quite busy. January, we did 32 calls. February, we did 22 calls. Looking back at that January of 2025, we're at 26 calls. In February 2025, we only did 13 calls. So we almost doubled our call volume in February. And March has started off very busy, and especially with the windstorm that we had last weekend. Crews were busy with power, electrical hazards on that. Working through goal number 4, our community assets. So as presented to the council this morning, we're working with their insurance company on the apparatus incident that occurred. So we're just waiting for final documentation from them, and we received an update from our supplier. Our 2 pickups that we have ordered are scheduled for a March 16th build week. So sometime in that week they will hit the line. And that is our utility truck and our brush truck cab and chassis build for a replacement brush truck. We also just received delivery of the new pump water tank foam system skid unit for that brush truck. So I think somebody saw there was some invoices on that. So that's what that was.
What was that worth?
$32,230.
That is that much money?
Yeah. So that's the pump, the reels, the water tank, foam system.
And the construction of it.
Yeah, you purchase it as one unit. Yeah. Comes out of the CET. And that is my wrap up to the year end report and my January, February report. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
All right, any questions? Mr. Moore. Covered pretty thoroughly. Okay. You want to make a motion to accept the information?
Sure. Lamont County Council accept the Lamont County Emergency Services Report for January, February 2026 as information.
Okay, questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right, committee reports. Starting at the far side, Mr. Naka, any?
Control statements or lodges. Limits. You reviewed the foundation business plan for 2026-2028. You did a review of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. One lodge, Beaver Hill Lot 1. self-contained island, they have their Dr. Scripture, and Father Note, Beach, and there. Heritage Court, it was 75 and 1. From Creek Manor to Tudor Line. Part of and 2 housing units on Tudor Line, from Lamont. Our next, board meeting is March 30th.
You actually got it all covered.
You know, maybe he is in Lamont and,
Yeah,
7 days or 5.
yeah, we're at 50 to 59 units right now, but there's a bunch coming. There's a bunch coming in. Or so they said.
4 of those are double occupancy.
and that's people lodged as room for 9.
Well, technically, there was some people coming in. They didn't, I don't think they threw an exact number. I thought it was 3 or 4 that they had coming. They had to clean their rooms and paint.
Yeah, well, I sent somebody there yesterday, I talked to them, I wanted to give them the call, so.
Yeah,
That's why I was wondering how much room there is, so they should get in.
yeah, there's a little bit of room still there, so.
Yeah, that's my report on that, and I don't know, I can give a few notes on that RCMP tour.
Sure, yeah, you work with it.
Okay, so the RCMP Division Tour of Real-Time Operations Center was on Tuesday, March 3rd. All of council was there with CEO Peter Janowski and Peace Officer Derek Wright. Basically, the tour consisted of 4 parts. The first part was the real-time area with approximately six staff members. There are big screens of the whole province, and any area can be enlarged. It shows the location of all members on duty, including those on break. There's a camera, RCMP helicopter that can relay real-time video to the real-time operating center if an event is taking place. This system is also hooked up to cameras in the Calgary and Edmonton helicopters. K Division has 2 fixed wing aircraft and 1 helicopter. The helicopter is soon to be replaced. These aircraft are housed in a hangar at the International Airport with RCMP members stationed there. In this area, RCMP members man the phones here to any request for information on issues in the field. This is a 24-hour work area with 6-hour shifts manned 24/7. We did observe a stolen vehicle event where Joe's fleeing suspect, the town that they're in, where all the vehicles are stationed around the event, and you can pick up the dog coming out of there onto the scene, and how all the cars just converge on the suspect. And these real-time photos can be, sent to any member wherever they are in the field. It gives them a good indication of what they're up against. This area is manned 24/7, 365 a year. If a situation arises on a weekend, say a mental issue, it is answered at that time with no waiting till, everybody's gone home for the weekend. Wait till Monday, it's done right at that time. There was an empty desk in this area. It was being incorporated for the Alberta Sheriffs to be integrated into this system, but it was never completed because the provincial government stopped that. Second area was a large room with operators that take the 911 calls. I can't remember really, they would say that, forget the period, but 13,000 calls. We would create 8,000 files, say that.
Yeah, 26,000 calls in one day.
Yeah. So this is 24/7, 365 days a year. Here it's 12-hour shifts, 4 days on, 4 days off. Each operator has a light by their station, and the colors mean what type of a call they're responding to. Third area was RCMP officers that deal with help and support for RCMP members. Some officers deal with trying to help rehabilitate offenders, for example, visit someone in prison offering to help turn their lives around. Fourth area was downstairs in the barcade. They house their special response units. These are the black pickup response units. They all have equipment to respond to any situation, tactical weapons, first aid, medical supplies, breakouts, etc. They also have a medic that goes on some of these issues, and they can do a lot of. They're probably, I think they're more trained than a first responder. And they're also have drones that they load from here. They also have civilians that drop off drones in different provinces. This tactical unit, they're usually busy every 2.5 days or so. The tour was about 2 hours long, so it was a lot to absorb. This is part of what you get for your extra policing costs. So it's not boots on the ground, it's kind of the contribution to sponsor this program across the province. So that's where most of that money goes to. Anyway, that's about it. Any corrections or?
No. You got it. Take here's his information.
It's nice that boy is here on the right.
Anyways, I'll move my report from the Housing Foundation and the tour of the A Division Real-Time Operations Center as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Okay.
Well, he beat me Housing Foundation once, so the other one that I had was the Northern Lights Library Board. So they in our last meeting they talked about funding in the 2026 year. There's 4 new managers in place: Myrna, St. Paul, Tofield, and Lac. They talked about a Stronger Together conference that was up and coming, you know, from James, the director. They had a new member join in, Kikino joined into the board, and they're working on funding now. So I guess there's a few of these small ideas that are trying to get on board there now with kind of an Aboriginal joint there. So the budget's on track. It's all status quo as of right now. So levies are all paid up pretty well. Everybody's happy there. They had a new policy committee rep nomination during the meeting, and we got a local Melissa Dyke from Andrew. She took that position. Everybody seems pretty happy with that. So, and there's talk of an actual in-person meeting in May in Elk Point at their main building. So other than that, just kind of bubbling along again. So
Will it be on the Northern
Okay.
Library?
Northern Lights Library Board.
All right, any other concerns for John? Make your motion.
Yeah, well, Lamont County Council has set John Eunice's report on Northern Lights Library Board meeting as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Throwski.
This is the Lamont Town Library Board meeting we went to. There are 6 people plus myself on this board, 4 people are new. And that's, so it was pretty, back and forth meeting to get, everybody. They have 6 computers now in the library that are accessible use and stuff that they need. Library, the issue is with staffing, like I said, it is not much of hours and stuff, but they have a lot of hours with staff. Not taking their shifts, so they were gonna address that at the next meeting a little more. They basically have 21 hours a week staffing is what. I think it's 21 hours a week, that they are hoping to get 25 hours a week for staffing. They're short of funds, there aren't in next year's grant funds, is what they are. And basically, that's the thing was the town of Lamont had given their funding already for them. For their year and that, so their next meeting is April 13th. That's everything.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Throwski? Get your motion.
Lamont County Council accept Councilor Bill Kurowski's report on the Lamont Library Board meeting as information.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, for myself, I did have it written, believe it or not, and it is still sitting on the kitchen table. So, I apologize, so I will just give you the breakdown. November 5th to the 27th, I attended a meeting in Ottawa with the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. At that point in time, they split us into groups. There was 33 representatives that went together. There were 17 meetings that were taken, set up for 4 different groups. My group, we met with the Global Public Affairs Minister. Then we met up with our MP, Shannon Stubbs, land area. She's the Shadow Minister for the Energy and Natural Resources. And there in the afternoon, we met with the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Samir Kassam. And the last meeting was with the Minister of International Trade, Richard Duke. Conversation there was, majority of it was kind of interrupted. We didn't have a chance really to talk too much, seeing as how the Prime Minister was in India at the time, and he made a couple of major announcements that India would take all of our commodities. That would be a primary. So everybody was talking about that. Fact that we are the largest LNG producer in the Northern Hemisphere almost. But yet there was a little bit of commotion there also because our stuff was leaving out of the west coast of Vancouver and they had to bring in LNG from Australia that Canada bought instead of utilizing our own resources. So that was a major uprising around that area. It was a fairly positive. They all know what's going on out here. They all know what we'd like to accomplish. However, majority of the meetings all circled back to the separatist movement going on right now. Everybody wanted to know why we were separating, what part didn't we understand and why would we be doing this? And it was maybe by somebody that if they would take the time to understand what we have to say out here and do a little equalization, then things would have maybe been a different, but that was quashed pretty quick, that conversation.
I didn't want to hear truth that.
No. The one fella in the evening there, they had some proponents that were trying to build, and they're advocating for the heartland. They're trying to build in actually Lamont County and Kona, sorry. And, one of the ministers that was there, his minister's representative, said, we're so green out here, we don't even wear blue shirts. So, you know that, you know what the mentality is out there, if even just one of the representatives says stuff like that, so. But that meeting, it was good, it was actually really good interaction with the other, board members and participants of the Heartland. Found out who's passing development around to other people and promoting it in other areas, which was really promising, so. From there, I attended the same one, RTOC, you heard Roy's take on it all, so I won't elaborate too much more from there. Then on the 6th, we had the Alberta Industrial Association meeting. It was the, just a wrap up and information session from our trip to Ottawa. We had a presentation from actually one of the people that were down, one of the companies that were a proponent that came down and were in Ottawa with us is Interpro Fuel Solutions. They're looking to build a plant. Just happens to be right now that we don't have our water. Otherwise, we were one of the top contenders for the area. They have decided they're building in the Kira site because the LNG natural gas pipeline is right there. Plus, they have the water. So that didn't help us out much, but some things we know that we got to start working on to get this industry here. And then I had a meeting yesterday, Peter and with Greg Smith for environment and protected areas. Just looking, we talked about some funding models, flood prevention model funding, it's a master for a drainage plan. We're waiting for everybody in town, and everybody's waiting for Bill 5 to be written, printed. It's at King's Printers. It just needs to be printed. We were told that possibly tomorrow it'll be available for everybody. So that would be good. And that was about it for me for this last week. So I will submit my written one. Bring it in for you. Left. So I make a motion that Lamont County Council accept Baron Wick's report on the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association Ottawa meeting, the local Alberta Industrial Heartland Association meeting, virtual meeting with Minister of Environment, protected areas as information. Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Mr. Whites.
Okay, I'd like to thank Roy for giving the report on the RCPK division. We learned a lot of stuff there for the start of the week, and then local events. Attended snowmobile antique at Belmont for the river rats. There was 110 antique snowmobiles. Goal is 1948. There were 2 for 1963, and all I did this year in the last couple of weeks. Next week I got a full week of RMA and meetings, so.
Perfect.
Read latest report on the river rat antique snowmobile meeting as information.
Concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, moving on. We don't have any correspondence for action, so we'll have correspondence for information. We did get information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so first you would let the matter of updating one we presented to you, and then you can consider the decision.
Okay, we can go on 4:15 then, so we'll go back to the matter. Another mulcher, listed pricing, which would be 8.4. Information has arisen, risen.
$175. Vulture off the table. Okay.
Okay. Good. All in favor? Okay.
Mr. Young, spoke with, Sterling, who indicates the install and switch over will be closer to 19,000. There is a lot of components that have to be changed over from one engine to the other. He stated that he will alter his operating to accommodate us due to it, us being long-term customer, but 90,000 is more in line if any unplanned costs occur, so it sounds like it's up to 19,000. Also, says does not know whether we could do the engine swap much cheaper. Edge's vote rate is $100 hours to do the engine swap, and that is with techs that have done similar engine swaps on this equipment on mulchers in the past. So he's hopeful that we could do it much quicker. So I have a 3 million barrel, and Jan says that it's plus or minus 80 pounds. Swap rule is my 80 number. 10%. Swings, use, move. $7,000 plus 19, plus up to 19,000 labor. That's about 6. With the trading value of 100.
Okay, then option 3 with the new price claim.
Option 3 is
37,000 Canadian.
yeah. 12 business days, 24 months with 2,000 hour warranty plus labor.
Labor 19,000 or less.
Yeah.
So for a sum of 56, up to 56,000 is what I would suggest.
Yeah.
Mr. Lamont also said in the report is that he can time the completion of the work so that the warranty doesn't start until the fall they start using the equipment. I don't know the indication of that in terms of, them getting the piece of equipment out of the edge equipment. So, but to the extent possible to maximize them, he's going to try to delay the actual repair until the fall.
Yeah, either that or they'll know the hours on it. They'll just take the time of the hours and they'll start it. That's when
I just rebuilt the Cummins and we don't use it till towards fall. It's sitting in the shop and warranty starts when we first started. We need the truck sooner. We just want them when they start the warranty.
okay. So somebody want to
Lamont County Council Director Administration to proceed with option 3, the installation of a Cummins recon engine for the sum of up to 56,000 plus labor.
well, that's including labor.
I should say including labor.
Should I have 56,000 and get rid of possible?
We get more labor too. I'll read again.
Sorry, can you add the unit number? Unit number.
4338 unit number, yeah. The installation of a Cummins recon engine for unit 4338 for a sum of up to 56,000.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Carried. Thank you guys very much.
Maybe send it to you and send me to the.
Okay, somebody want to make that motion?
The Lamont County Council approved the increase in budget for repairs and maintenance. They have services department. $1,000 the spring budget.
Questions or concerns? Hearing none, all in favor? Yeah. Carried. All right. Now we're going back to 13, correspondence for information. This one's a letter that I wrote to Mike. Wait till Mr. Tarnowski's ready.
Yeah, so the first one is just so that council sees the letter and disclosure to the community, the letter to University of Ellis dealing with police funding model and request that it be treated as a requisition similar to the way the education levy and the housing foundation requisitions are addressed. This makes it more transparent to our ratepayers. And it helps them understand what part of their bill is going to public safety and policing as compared to for taxes for municipals. Item 13.2 is the letter that council authorized the redesign to Fortune to Mr. Brian G related to the Fortune mineral file. Our desire that he consider Lamont County as a critical minerals processing hub in Alberta, given that we've got a shovel-ready project. Item 113.3 is an email to all CAOs from the province with regards to the federal census and municipal affairs population lists. Given that we are in a census year, no census by any other body will be considered. That does not affect us. In the middle of the document, it says that we are to use the shadow population counts from the 2025 municipal affairs population list for any thing that we do, whether it's a submission of a grant application or other ones. On March 3rd, we received a response from the Honorable Dan Williams, Minister of Municipal Affairs, that he is unfortunately able to attend the meeting with the council during the Arlington Convention. Page 120, this is actually indirectly related to the letter to Mr. G. You see a picture of Minister G promoting an incentive program to boost critical mineral sector. I'm having trouble with that. So we expect a targeted launch of this incentive program in 2027. Part of the ministries, unclear at this time whether or not we would benefit from this. Obviously, we've shared this with our friends at Fortune Minerals. They talk about incentives that are non-refundable for non-refundable mineral processing tax credits, which are often useful as money. And contemplating a flow through their tax credit to support critical mineral exploration in Alberta. The minerals that Fortune Minerals will be refining are not originating in Alberta. However, on the bottom of page 121, they talk about supporting advancing the processing of ores into refined products. And in the second paragraph on page 122, they talk about this incentive to step forward in Alberta's commitments, and they relate it to a memorandum understanding that they have signed with various jurisdictions, including the Northwest Territories, which is the source of the raw material that Fortune Minerals will be refining. Page 124 and 6. Environment Insurance has introduced something called Fire Smart Alberta Community Support Card. In essence, what they're doing is looking for communities to improve their wildfire preparedness, identify vulnerabilities, track their progress over time towards achieving this. Certification is the right word, and the ability to access training for Fire Smart. So I can tell you that Deputy Chief Calder is participating in sessions to help Lamont County understand the scorecard. And starting work towards being compliant. As I said, there may be benefits or grants to those of us that achieve this status. On page 128, we've got a summary of the 2026 to 2027 Alberta budget. This was issued on the 5th of March. You may be aware of some of this already. President Carol Westerlund's open the comments. Speak to rural Alberta wrestling with 17 billion in an infrastructure deficit, and her disappointment to see that the STIP program is decreasing in the upcoming years. And also the substantial increase to education and property taxes. Some other highlights. Midway through that first paragraph on page 59, she acknowledges that the province is focused on growing the economy through practice of data centers, increasing oil production and investment in new sectors. Bottom half of the page in the bullet talks about a slight increase from last year in estimated revenue. 3-year capital plan is forecast to be $2.2 billion higher. Third bullet speaks to how in 2025 we had a relatively $8.3 billion surplus, but in 2026 we are now anticipating $9.4 billion deficit. So that's a $17.7 million swing, if I'm reading it correctly, $1 billion swing. Although I'm quite confident that if the oil prices that the world is experiencing now and the crop natural gas that the world is now experiencing, I suspect our savings will not be not be as bad on a provincial level, personal level, and likely to become a little more expensive. Education property tax rates increase $2.84 per thousand equalized assessment. That reflects a 7.2% increase. I have not applied that number to our assessment, but I'm sure Mr. Whittle can do that when we forward the initial assessment tax matters in the next couple of weeks. We see that the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program grant will be declining to 29.3 million in 26-27, almost $10 million less than we allocated in 2025. So we are not going to see an accelerated case for the repair and replacement of bridges. We have $860 of outlaid for the local government fiscal framework, which is a decrease from what was $880 million last year. Capital component declines about $20 million. The operating component remains the same. I don't recall specifically what we're using the operating component for, but that portion is relatively small.
You're using that for recreation benefits.
So the 2% that council has supported the increase for the towns and villages recreation share is not supported by a commensurate increase. Albeit that rural hospital replacement. The second one from the water needs the water infrastructure program. Programs are increased from 121 to 175 million. That's very good. And funding for municipal water and wastewater programs increased from 44.6 million to over 63 million in 2026-27. This is far less, however, than what the budget was in 2023 when we were at 7. So there are many moving parts. Even some of the good news isn't great news. Water for Life money is estimated to be 97.6 million, which is a significant increase over last year, which was 51.3. Disaster recovery program will be renamed to HARP. However, they do not provide any specific information on that in the budget announcement. And $530,000 is being allocated to support nuclear energy engagement. So the province sees that as emerging. Item 13.8, page 132, we have a similar analysis of the budget from the others about I will go into as much detail. The funding for the water intake projects remains fully funded. The Alberta Petrochemical and Cement Fund funding is declining dramatically down to 87 million over 3 years, with only 7 million committed in 2026. Budget 2025 was 181 million. So it went from 181 million in year 1 to $87 million over 3 years. This one surprised me. The capture and storage initiative receives no funding over the next 3 years. Now, I don't know whether that's good, bad, or different. It may be that they have now attracted sufficient interest from carbon capture and storage investors over the next few years. Now they don't need to provide additional funding. I did receive a text message from Mr. Olson earlier today that Wolf Midstream has received their license for carbon capture and storage, so that's very timely. There's some money being spent on Alberta broadband. They are creating a cooperative seed processors program funded at a level of 9 million over 2 years, and I think that's entirely new funding. And I've already spoken to the last two bullets, water for life. Sorry, the second last bullet, water for life program increase. We can go to item 13.9 now, which is page 135. This letter was misdirected. It was emailed in January, and we finally got our hands on it within the past 2 weeks. And it provides information that the water rates for 2026 that we will, John S. Cubic, will be 1.75 per cubic meters. That is slightly lower than what they instructed us to include in our budget back in January. And we have an email from the CAO of Washington State, where they're advising us that the housing foundation requisition is increased by 3%. And on page 137, you can see the Lamont County share of the requisition is 603,618, up from 578,500. And you have the contributions that the towns and villages are making also on that sheet. Item 13.11. I think this came from the Alberta Hub people. And they are promoting a local to global Eastern Alberta trade forum in the forum on Wednesday, April 8th at the Vegreville and Suites Hotel. And it looks like this program runs from the 8th to 10th. And on the bottom of that page, you will see the time frames. Oh, there it is, conference fees for members of, I think it's at the hub, $375. Non-members, $400. Page 139 for your independent reading pleasure, you go up and down over the whole newsletter. They are celebrating 20 years of watershed stewardship in the city. And on page 144, it's the Beaver Hills bulletin. You can see that there are some events that they're promoting. If you would like to get an electronic copy of these newsletters, then Lamont can send it to you. But on page 151, we have a anniversary of STARS. This is a matter of interest. They are exploring dates for their regular annual delegation with us. I think it's probably going to be June. And again, some basic independently based on your individual interests. Plus, on page 155, we have an email from an organization, Bury Glass, who are providing fiber optic communications facilities in and around the Chipman area. They've asked us for a crossing agreement. Mr. Dietz and his staff are addressing that. I have asked them whether they could extend the facilities south of the Regional Fire Training Center, and what the cost would be. Our hope is that that cost would be a monthly recurring cost, not a upfront investment cost, something that we would consider. The internet there is somewhat spotty. We will compare their rate to the cost of what's the name of that satellite?
MCS net.
No. I think it was Starlink. Starlink, surprisingly, is becoming much more attainable. Don't know if there's anything specific council wants to action in these, but I will make your direction.
We think there's anything we're gonna take action on. I think we're just gonna take it as information. So we want to make that motion? Unless you guys have questions.
Lamont County Council accept all correspondence items.
All in favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Carried. Okay, so at this time we'll move into closed session. We have a couple of things to discuss. So can I have somebody, it's just print twice the same on the front and the back. What was the motion? So we want to read off the motion. That's all on. Good one, Cheryl.
Lamont County Council, move March 6th. The proposed meeting, 12 p.m. to discuss the following items. 14.1. Request to review an order present to MGA section 546.ATIA section 20-1. 14.2 intergovernmental matter, APIA section 26(1)B. 14.3 privacy matters, ATIA sections 23.1, 29.1, 32.1, 14.1, CAO performance review, ATI. 22.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carries. I'll read it again.
But this time start at the bottom and go up.
back to the March 10th regular council meeting. We have a couple of motions to bring forward regarding decisions. First one, 14-4. Somebody want to make the motion, please?
Sure. Lamont County Council vary the order remedy unsightly property issued to Mike and Amelia Svidich on January 28, 2026, and set the compliance deadline to March 24th, 2026.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right, the next one is the intermunicipal matter. Oh, sorry, we have one more to deal with that. So can somebody read this motion off, please?
$100 for the ISEAB appeal to the landowners regarding the order to remedy an unsightly property pursuant to Municipal Government Act Section 546. Once the unsightly issue is addressed by March 24th, 2026.
Are there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Now, the matter. Intergovernmental for it.
Lamont County Council direct administration to take actions on the intergovernmental matter as discussed in this meeting.
Are there any questions or concerns? All in favor? Privacy matter, we're just using the information.
Lamont County Council accept the report on privacy matter as information.
All right, questions or concerns? All in favor? Okay. We'll just do the CAO performance as information.
The Lamont County Council accept a report on the CAO performance review as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Right, with that, I will call the meeting adjourned at 3:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
So when we're off there.